Welcome to Japanese Sleep Whispers, your sanctuary for peaceful nights and gentle dreams. Here, you will find calming bedtime stories inspired by the timeless beauty and traditions of Japan. Each story is read slowly in a soothing voice, accompanied by natural sounds such as flowing rivers and the tranquil rhythm of shishi-odoshi. Whether you seek relaxation, relief from stress, or help falling asleep, these tales invite you to drift away into a world of serenity. Imagine quiet temples, moonlit gardens, and the whispering bamboo forests as you listen. If you'd like these soothing stories to be part of your nightly routine, consider subscribing so they're always with you when you need them. Subscribe and let these stories be your nightly ritual of calm and rest. Thank you for being here. May you always find peace in every moment. Fireflies dancing by the river. Prologue: the river where fireflies remember. The river moved quietly through the valley, as it had done for longer than memory could measure. It did not hurry. It did not hesitate. It simply flowed, carrying moonlight upon its surface and the soft reflections of mountains that slept beside it. On summer nights, when the air grew warm and the sky became a deep, endless blue, the river welcomed small lights. Fireflies rose gently from the grass, from the reeds, from the dark spaces between stones. They hovered, drifted, and danced not in celebration, but in remembrance. This was a place in Japan where time did not disappear. It rested. The village nearby had no name known beyond the valley. Trains passed far away, cities glowed over distant horizons, and yet here, silence was never empty. It was full of water sounds, insects, wind, and the quiet breathing of old wooden houses. At night, the river spoke in a language without words. Those who listened closely sometimes felt as though they were being remembered. Long ago, or perhaps only yesterday, someone had walked along this river and paused beneath a willow tree, whose branches touched the water like fingers testing a dream. He did not know why he had come. He only knew that his footsteps had led him there, one after another, until the path ended and the river began. The man stood still, listening. Crickets sang in careful rhythm. Somewhere farther away, a bell chimed once, then faded. The world felt suspended, like a breath held just before sleep. A single firefly floated past his shoulder. Its light blinked slowly, patiently. The man followed it with his eyes, though he could not have said why. He felt no urgency, no desire to move. only a gentle curiosity, like remembering something that had never fully formed. As more fireflies appeared, the riverbank began to glow with scattered light. Not bright, not dazzling, just enough to soften the darkness. He sat down on a flat stone warmed by the day's sun, now cooling beneath the night sky. The river accepted him without question. In this valley, people believed that fireflies were not insects alone. They were said to be fragments of memories that had become too light to stay inside people. Memories that no longer hurt, memories that wished to wander. Children were told that if they watched fireflies carefully, without trying to catch them, they might see something familiar in the pattern of their light. An old face, a forgotten voice, a moment that once mattered. The man did not know these stories, or perhaps he had known them once and forgotten. Still, something within him responded as the fireflies drifted closer to the water. Their reflections doubled upon the river's surface, creating a second sky below. He felt his breathing slow. The day he had left behind, whatever it had been, loosened its hold. Far upstream, the river curved gently around a hill covered in cedar trees. At dawn, mist gathered there like a soft blanket. At dusk, shadows stretched long and quiet. The river remembered everything that touched it. Rain, leaves, voices carried by the wind. It remembered children laughing as they ran across stepping stones. It remembered elders sitting silently, watching the seasons change. It remembered tears that fell unnoticed, swallowed quickly by moving water. Tonight, it remembered the man. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, the world seemed unchanged and yet slightly farther away, as if viewed through water. Fireflies drifted lazily in front of him, their light slow and steady. He wondered how long he had been sitting there. Minutes, hours, years. Time had softened. Somewhere behind him, a wooden house exhaled softly as its beams cooled. A paper lantern swayed in a breeze that barely existed. The village slept. Only the river and the fireflies remained awake. In the stories told by the valley's oldest residents, it was said that there were nights when the boundary between waking and sleeping thinned. On such nights, people did not dream when they slept. They remembered, not with sharp clarity, but with warmth. Like holding a stone that had been warmed by the sun all day. The man felt that warmth now. He felt as though the river knew him, though they had never met. Or perhaps they had met many times, in many summers, in many lives. A firefly landed briefly on the edge of the stone beside him. Its light pulsed once, twice, Then it lifted into the air again, joining the others. The man smiled faintly, without realizing it. He did not feel alone. Above, the stars watched without judgment. Below, the river continued its endless journey. And between them, fireflies danced, not to be seen, not to be caught, but simply to exist. The night deepened. The valley breathed. And somewhere within the quiet, a story began to unfold, not loudly, not urgently, but slowly, patiently, as all true sleep-bound stories must. The river flowed on. The fireflies drifted. And the man remained, listening. Chapter 1: The Village That Sleeps with the River. Morning did not arrive suddenly in the valley. It unfolded. Light filtered through the mountains in thin layers, pale at first, then slowly warming. The river reflected the changing sky, trading moonlight for the soft gray of dawn. Mist rose gently from the water, drifting upward as if unsure whether to remain or disappear. The man awoke on the stone beside the river. Or perhaps he had never truly fallen asleep. He opened his eyes without surprise, as though waking were simply another form of listening. For a moment, he did not remember where he was. Then the sound of water reached him, familiar and calming, and the memory returned not sharply, but like a ripple spreading outward. He sat up slowly. His body felt light, unburdened by urgency. The night had left no stiffness, no fatigue. Only a sense of having been held gently by the hours. Fireflies were gone now. Their brief lights had folded themselves back into the grass and shadows. In their place, small insects traced invisible paths through the air, catching morning light on delicate wings. The river remained. It always did. The village revealed itself as the sun climbed higher. A narrow path led away from the riverbank, bordered by tall grasses still wet with dew. Wooden houses stood quietly along the path, their sliding doors closed, their roofs darkened by age and weather. No voices rose from within them. No engines started. No footsteps hurried. The village was awake, but not moving. The man stood and followed the path, feeling no need to choose a direction. Each step came easily, as though the ground itself guided him. He noticed then that he could not recall how he had arrived here. There was no train station in his memory. No long road traveled. No departure from somewhere else. This absence did not trouble him. It felt intentional. At the edge of the village stood a small shrine. Its torii gate leaned slightly to one side, weathered and softened by time. Moss clung to its base, thick and green. A stone fox watched from beneath a tree, its expression unreadable. The man paused before the gate. He did not bow. He did not pray. He simply stood, listening. Wind passed through the leaves overhead, producing a sound like quiet applause meant for no one in particular. A bell tied to the shrine's rope chimed softly, though no hand had touched it. He felt welcomed. Beyond the shrine, the path curved gently back toward the river. It seemed that everything here was arranged in relation to the water. Houses faced it. Paths followed it. Lives moved in rhythm with it. The man wondered if the villagers dreamed of the river when they slept. As the morning deepened, small signs of life appeared. A sliding door opened partway, releasing the scent of rice steaming. An old woman stepped outside, her movements slow and deliberate. She did not notice the man, or perhaps she did, and chose not to react. She swept the ground in front of her home, gathering leaves that had fallen during the night. Each stroke of the broom was careful, unhurried. The man watched from a distance. He felt no desire to speak. There was something sacred about the quiet. Near the river, a narrow bridge crossed from one bank to the other. It was made of wood, smooth from countless footsteps. The river moved beneath it, unbothered. The man stopped at the center of the bridge and looked down. The water carried fragments of the morning fallen petals, light, shadow. He thought he saw something else, two reflections that did not belong to the present moment. A child's hand reaching. A pair of sandals was left on the bank. A figure standing where he now stood. The images did not linger. They drifted away, absorbed by the current. By midday, the sun rested high above the valley. The village remained quiet, as though preserving energy for something yet to come. The man found himself seated beneath the same willow tree from the night before. Its branches swayed gently, whispering secrets only the river understood. He closed his eyes again. This time, sleep came. He dreamed of water, not waves or storms, but steady movement. A journey without a destination. He dreamed of light appearing and fading, appearing and fading. He dreamed of standing still while everything else moved. When he woke, the afternoon had softened into early evening. A voice reached him then. It was calm, unhurried, and close. "You listen well." The man opened his eyes. An old man stood nearby, leaning lightly on a walking stick. His hair was white, his face lined deeply, as though time had traced every year with care rather than force. The old man smiled. "You stayed the night by the river," he said, not as a question. The man nodded. "I think so," he replied, surprised by the sound of his own voice. It felt unused, but not unfamiliar. The old man chuckled softly. "Then the river accepted you." They sat together beneath the willow, watching the water. After a long pause, the man asked, "What is this place?" The old man considered the question. "A place that remembers," he said at last. "And one that is easily forgotten." They spoke little after that. There was no need. As evening approached, lanterns were lit along the village path. Their glow was warm and steady, not bright enough to disturb the night. The river darkened again, preparing to welcome the fireflies. The man felt a familiar anticipation, though he did not know why. The old man stood slowly. "Stay as long as you need," he said. "The river does not count days." He walked away without waiting for a response. Night returned gently. And once again, small lights rose from the grass. Fireflies gathered near the water, their dance unchanging, eternal. The man watched them, feeling something settle into place within him. This was not the beginning of his story. Nor was it the end. It was a pause. A place to rest. The river flowed. The village slept. And the fireflies returned. Chapter 2, where memories drift like water. The second night arrived without announcement. There was no clear moment when day became evening, nor evening became night. The light simply softened, thinned, and then yielded. Shadows lengthened along the river bank, stretching until they touched the water and dissolved. The man remained beneath the willow tree. He had not decided to stay. He had not decided to leave. The idea of decision felt unnecessary here. Fireflies emerged once more, rising from the grasses as if summoned by a silent agreement. Their lights pulsed slowly, each glow appearing only when it was ready, each darkness accepted without regret. The river reflected them faithfully. Above and below, two skies of drifting stars moved together. The man noticed something different this night. The fireflies were closer. Not physically, though some passed within arm's reach, but in another sense. Their light seemed heavier, more deliberate, as if carrying something within it. He watched carefully, without trying to understand. One firefly lingered near the surface of the water longer than the others. Its reflection shimmered and wavered, and for an instant, the reflection did not match its movement. The man leaned forward slightly. Within the water, the reflection became something else. Not an image exactly, but a sensation. A sound of summer cicadas rising together. The smell of warm earth after rain. The feeling of bare feet touching stone. The man inhaled sharply. The firefly lifted away, and the river returned to itself. He sat back, heart steady, breath slow. So this was how the river remembered. Later that night, as the fireflies thinned and darkness deepened, the old man returned. He walked quietly, his steps barely disturbing the grass. "You saw something," the old man said, sitting beside him without greeting. The man nodded. "I think the river showed me something." The old man smiled. "It does that when it trusts you." They watched the water together. "It does not show the past as it was," the old man continued. "Only as it feels now. What if someone does not want to remember?" the man asked. The old man considered this carefully. "Then the river waits," he said. "It has time." Sleep came easily that night. The man dreamed again, but differently. He dreamed not of water moving, but of water holding still. In the dream, he stood at the river bank as a younger version of himself. He wore clothes he did not recognize, yet felt comfortable in. His hands were smaller. His breath was faster. Someone stood beside him. He could not see their face. Only the warmth of their presence. The dream did not explain itself. It simply existed. Morning arrived wrapped in mist. The man woke beneath the willow, his body rested, his mind calm. The dream lingered not as an image, but as a quiet weight behind his chest. He walked through the village again. This time, more doors were open. A woman hung cloth to dry, humming softly. A child chased a dragonfly along the path, laughing without restraint. An old man repaired a fence, his movements practiced and slow. No one spoke to him. No one avoided him either. He felt neither a guest nor a resident. He simply was. At the far edge of the village, where the river narrowed, and stones broke the surface of the water, the man found a place where the current slowed. Here, the water pooled gently, reflecting the sky with unusual clarity. The old man appeared again, as though summoned by thought. "This is where the river keeps what is not ready to move on," he said. The man knelt beside the water. He looked into it. At first, he saw only himself. Then the image softened. A hand reached toward the surface, not his. He felt a tightening in his chest, unfamiliar yet deeply familiar. "I don't remember," he whispered. The old man nodded. "Not yet." The day passed slowly. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. The river whispered continuously, telling stories without language. The man spent the afternoon by the water, sometimes watching, sometimes closing his eyes. When evening approached, he felt a gentle pull, not forward, not backward, but inward. As night fell, the fireflies returned in greater number than before. Their lights filled the riverbank, hovering, drifting, gathering. The air felt thick with quiet attention. This time, when the man looked into the water, he did not resist. The river opened itself. He saw a summer long ago. A smaller river, not this one, but similar. A child standing barefoot on the stones. Another child is laughing nearby. The sound of water splashing. A voice calling a name. His name. The memory did not sharpen. It did not complete itself. But it remained. Floating. Waiting. Tears came to his eyes, slowly, without urgency. They fell into the river and vanished at once. The old man placed a hand on his shoulder. "You are not losing anything," he said quietly. "You are returning it." The fireflies pulsed in unison, once. Then again. The river flowed on. Some memories stay. Some memories move. And some wait patiently for the right night. Chapter 3. The name the river holds. The third night did not feel like a continuation. It felt like a return. The sky darkened early, clouds gathering without threat. The air grew cool, carrying the scent of wet leaves and distant rain that never arrived. Lanterns along the village path glowed more softly than before, their light dimmed by mist. The man walked alone along the riverbank. He had begun to recognize the subtle changes in the water's voice. Tonight, it spoke lower, deeper, as though sharing something meant only for him. Fireflies appeared later than usual. When they did, their light was faint, almost hesitant. The river was preparing. He stopped at the place where the current slowed, where stones broke the surface, and memory waited just beneath the water. The old man was already there. "You feel it," he said gently. The man nodded. "Something is close." The old man rested his hands on his walking stick. "Names often are," he replied. They stood in silence. The fireflies gathered slowly, forming loose patterns that shifted and dissolved. The man watched one hover above the water, its light trembling. "I don't know my name here," he said suddenly. The words surprised him. The old man smiled, not unkindly. "Then you are listening correctly." Long ago, the valley had taught its people that names were not fixed. They were given. They were used. They were returned. A child might carry one name by the river, another in the mountains, another in the city far away. Names changed as lives changed. Only the river remembered them all. The man closed his eyes. When he opened them, the river was no longer reflecting the present night. It showed him a different summer. The air was hotter. The cicadas are louder. The stones beneath his feet are warmer. He was younger, much younger. A child. He stood at the edge of a river, heart racing, laughing breathless laughter. Another child stood beside him, holding a net meant for catching insects. Fireflies rose from the grass. The memory sharpened just enough to hurt. "Come on," a voice said. not spoken aloud. Remembered. The man felt his chest tighten. He did not see faces clearly. He did not need to. The warmth, the closeness, the shared stillness of childhood filled the space. The river in the memory flowed just as this one did. Different place. Same voice. A single name drifted upward from the water. Soft. Incomplete. The man reached for it instinctively, and it slipped away like mist. He gasped, then laughed quietly. The old man nodded approvingly. Names don't like to be chased. I think I left it here, the man said. Yes, the old man agreed. And you did not lose it by accident. They sat together on the stones. The firefly's light grew steadier, brighter now, as though encouraged. Why can't I remember everything? The man asked. The old man did not answer immediately. Because remembering is not the same as returning, he said at last. Some things must arrive slowly, or they cannot stay. The night deepened. Clouds thin, revealing stars that seemed closer than before. The river reflected them imperfectly, breaking them into pieces. The man realized that his breathing had synchronized with the water's rhythm. In, out, flow, pause. He slept by the river again. This time, his dream had no images. Only sound. Water moving over stone. A child's laughter echoes once, then fades. A voice calling a name, gently, patiently. When he woke before dawn, the name lingered not fully formed, but nearer. Morning mist curled around the village like a promise. The man walked through the narrow paths, feeling lighter and heavier at the same time. He noticed small details now. The way wood creaked when it warmed. The way shadows shifted as clouds passed. The way the river never truly repeated itself. At the shrine, he paused. This time, he bowed. Not to ask, not to thank, but to acknowledge. The old woman who swept the path looked up as he passed. Her eyes met his. She smiled. "Good morning," she said. He returned the greeting. The sound of his voice felt more familiar now. By afternoon, the sky darkened with rain at last. It fell gently, tapping leaves and stones, drawing small circles on the river's surface. The man stood beneath the willow, letting the sound surround him. Each drop felt like punctuation in a long, patient sentence. That evening, the old man returned one last time before night fully settled. "Tonight," he said, "the river may offer you something." The man met his gaze. "And if I accept it?" The old man's smile deepened. "Then you will have to decide what to carry with you." The man looked at the river. For the first time, he felt something like choice. Not urgency, not fear, only readiness. As darkness fell, the fireflies rose in greater numbers than ever before. Their light pulsed gently, evenly, like a shared breath. The river shimmered, and within it, a name waited. Some names are spoken, some names are held, and some names sleep until they are needed. Chapter 4: The Promise Beneath the Summer Night. The fourth night arrived wrapped in rain-scented air. The sky cleared just enough to reveal a scattering of stars, their light softened by lingering clouds. The river carried traces of the afternoon rain, its surface fuller, its voice slightly lower, more resonant than before. The man stood at the river's edge, barefoot. The stones beneath his feet were cool now, slick with moisture. He welcomed the sensation. It anchored him, reminded him that he was here fully, undeniably. Fireflies emerged slowly, cautiously, as if testing the night. Their light felt steadier than before, more certain. The river shimmered with reflected starlight. Within that shimmer, something shifted. The man did not look away. A fragment of sound rose from the water, not quite a word, not quite a memory. It was the beginning of a name. A syllable. Soft. Familiar. His chest tightened not with pain, but with recognition. He whispered it aloud, though the sound barely carried beyond his lips. The river responded with a gentle ripple. Behind him, the village rested. Lanterns glowed faintly through paper and wood. Somewhere, a door slid closed. Somewhere else, someone turned in their sleep. Life continued, unremarkable and profound. The man felt the quiet weight of belonging. The old man joined him once more, standing just far enough away to give space. "You are closer now," he said. The man nodded. "I can feel it. Names are not only sounds," the old man continued. "They are promises." The man turned to him. "What promise did I make?" The old man smiled sadly. "That depends on whether you remember the night you made it." The river began to show him again. Not sharply, not completely, but enough. A summer night, much like this one. Fireflies thick in the air. The river warms against bare feet. Two children standing side by side. One held a small paper lantern. The other watched the water carefully, afraid and excited at once. "Don't go too far," someone said. A voice older than the children. Gentle. Protective. The memory trembled. The man's breath caught. "I promised to come back," he said softly. The words did not feel new. They felt refreshed. The old man nodded. Yes. The fireflies pulsed together once. Then again. Their light reflected in the river, creating endless repetitions, promise upon promise, memory upon memory. The man knelt, placing one hand into the water. It was cool, alive. He felt the current slide past his fingers, carrying something light away, leaving something heavier behind. "I didn't know where to return to," he said. The old man rested his hand briefly on the man's shoulder. "Most people don't. That's why the river waits." As the night deepened, the air grew still. No wind moved the willow branches. No insects sang. Even the fireflies slowed their drifting, hovering almost motionless. The river held its breath. The man closed his eyes. The name came again. Clearer this time. Not complete, but close enough to feel its shape. It belonged to someone else. And to him. When he opened his eyes, he felt different. Not transformed. Not resolved. But aligned. As though pieces long separated had found their places without effort. The old man stepped back. "My part ends here," he said. The man looked up. "Will I see you again?" The old man's smile was gentle, knowing. "The river will." And then he walked away, his figure blending into shadow, into memory, into something that did not need form. The man remained by the river until sleep found him again. This time, his dream had words. Not sentences. Not explanations. Just a simple exchange. "Promise, promise?" Morning arrived quietly. The man woke with the name resting just behind his lips. He did not speak it. Some things needed one more night. Promises are not broken by forgetting. They are only delayed. And the river remembers the way back. Chapter 5: The One Who Waited by the Water. The fifth morning began with clouds. They hung low over the valley, heavy but unmoving, as if undecided. The river mirrored their gray shapes, breaking them gently as the current passed beneath. The man woke beneath the willow tree, listening. The world felt expectant. Not tense. Not urgent. Simply aware. He sat up slowly and placed his hand over his chest, where the shape of the name still rested, unspoken and warm. The village was quieter than usual. No broom swept the path. No cloth fluttered on the lines. Even the child who chased dragonflies was nowhere to be seen. It was not an absence that worried him. It felt intentional, as though the village itself had stepped aside. The man followed the river upstream. Each step felt familiar, guided by something older than thought. As he walked, the river narrowed, its voice sharpening slightly as it passed between stones. The air cooled, carrying the scent of damp earth and cedar. Here, the fireflies had not yet appeared on previous nights. But tonight would be different. He felt certain of it. At a bend in the river, he saw a figure. Someone stood on the opposite bank, motionless. The man stopped. He did not call out. He did not wave. He simply waited. The river flowed between them, unbroken. The figure turned slowly. It was not the old man. It was someone younger, though age here felt like a flexible thing. Their outline was familiar in the way dreams are familiar. Not precise, not complete, but undeniable. The man's breath caught. The name stirred. They did not cross the river. They did not speak. They stood, watching one another as the clouds shifted overhead. In that stillness, memory arrived not as image but as feeling. A summer afternoon, shared silence, the understanding that came before language. The man felt warmth spread through him, steady and calm. Fireflies began to rise, not from the grass near him, from both sides of the river. Their lights drifted upward, forming a quiet bridge that connected the banks without touching water or stone. The figure smiled. It was enough. The man realized then that the promise had never been about returning to a place. It had been about returning to presence, to this stillness, to this recognition. The name was not a label. It was a thread. The figure lifted one hand, palm open. Not in farewell, not in greeting, but in acknowledgement. The man mirrored the gesture. The river flowed on between them, content. As dusk deepened into night, the figure faded, not disappearing, but blending into shadow, into reflection, into memory that no longer needed form. The fireflies drifted lower, their work done. The man remained. He spoke the name at last, softly. The river accepted it. When night fully settled, he felt no loss. Only completion, not an ending, a resting point. Some wait by the water. Some cross. And some learn that waiting itself was the meeting. Chapter 6: The choice the river does not demand. The sixth night came without ceremony. There was no shift in the air dramatic enough to mark it, no sudden stillness or gathering of signs. Evening simply settled, like a familiar shawl placed gently over the shoulders of the valley. The man sat by the river, where he had so many times before. The place felt unchanged, and yet, he knew that something within him had moved. Fireflies appeared later than usual. They rose slowly, fewer in number, their light softer than before. They no longer gathered urgently, no longer lingered as if waiting to be seen. Their work was nearly finished. The river flowed with quiet confidence, its voice steady and unremarkable, as though nothing important were happening at all. The man listened. He thought of leaving. The thought did not frighten him. It did not excite him either. It simply existed, like a stone resting at the edge of the water, waiting to be nudged or left untouched. He wondered what lay beyond the valley. He wondered if there was a life continuing somewhere else, one that had been paused rather than ended. The river offered no answer. In the village, lanterns were fewer this night. Some houses were dark already, their occupants had surrendered fully to sleep. Others glowed faintly, breathing warmth through paper walls. The man walked through the paths slowly, touching the wood of a fence, the smooth edge of a doorway. Each surface felt real, present, not something borrowed. At the shrine, he stopped once more. The bell did not move. The air did not stir. He stood beneath the torii gate and felt no pressure to bow, no expectation to speak. The shrine did not ask him to stay. It did not ask him to go. It simply remained. By the time he returned to the river, night had deepened. The sky was clear now, stars scattered generously across it. Their reflections wavered on the water's surface, stretched and broken by movement. The man sat on the flat stone where he had first rested. It fit him perfectly, as though shaped for this purpose alone. He spoke aloud, not to anyone in particular. "If I leave," he said quietly, "will I forget?" The river answered only with sound. Water over stone, stone beneath water, endless motion without loss. He smiled. The old man did not return. There was no guide this night. No witness. Only the river and the fireflies, and the man himself. He realized then that this, too, was part of the valley's design. Some choices were meant to be made without reflection. Sleep came gently, not as a surrender, as an agreement. He dreamed of walking along a road that followed the river closely, sometimes drifting away, sometimes returning. The road did not end. It did not begin. It simply accompanied. When he woke before dawn, the decision had already been made. Not in words, not in plans, in feeling. He stood, brushed dust from his clothes, and looked once more at the water. "I will carry you," he said. The river flowed on. It did not cling. Morning arrived, pale and cool. Mist rose again, softening the valley's edges. The man walked toward the narrow path that led away from the river, the one he had not taken before. He did not look back. He did not need to. The river did not vanish behind him. It continued within him, around him, ahead of him. As he walked, a single firefly appeared in the dim morning light. Its glow was faint, almost invisible. It hovered briefly near his shoulder. Then it drifted away, dissolving into the air. The river does not demand remembrance. It does not demand a return. It flows and allows all things to flow with it. Chapter 7: The World That Continues Softly. The road beyond the valley did not announce itself. It did not widen suddenly, nor did it straighten in a way that suggested purpose. It curved gently, following the land's natural inclination, as though reluctant to leave the river entirely. The man walked without hurry. Each step felt neither heavy nor light. It felt appropriate. Morning unfolded around him in layers, mist lifting, birds calling once and then falling silent, the distant sound of water that never fully disappeared. Even when the river slipped out of sight, its presence remained. Like a rhythm remembered by the body. He passed fields resting between seasons. The earth was dark and damp, holding the promise of growth without urgency. Tools leaned against sheds, unused for the moment. Nothing here rushed to become something else. The man paused, listening. The world outside the valley was quieter than he expected. Not empty, just patient. As the sun rose higher, the road led him toward signs of ordinary life. A bus stop with a faded timetable. A vending machine humming softly, offering drinks without judgment. A narrow road where tire marks suggested recent passage. The man stood there for a moment, taking it in. This world did not reject him. Nor did it claim him. It simply continued. He boarded a bus when it arrived. There were a few passengers. An elderly woman is dozing near the window. A student staring at nothing in particular. A man is reading a newspaper without turning the pages. The engine's vibration settled into his bones, familiar and grounding. As the bus moved forward, the valley slipped behind hills and trees. The river was no longer visible. But the man could feel its flow within his breathing. Sleep came again. Not the deep sleep of night, but the drifting kind that arrives between stops, between thoughts. In that sleep, the river returned. Not as water, as sound. A steady undercurrent beneath everything else. He dreamed of fireflies, not dancing now, not gathering, but moving in a single direction, their lights dim but persistent, like distant stars guiding travelers who did not know they were traveling. He did not follow them. He did not need to. When he woke, the bus had stopped. The doors opened with a soft hiss. A city waited outside. Not large. Not small. Just enough. Buildings stood quietly. Streets carried people moving at different speeds. Signals changed color with calm reliability. The man stepped off the bus. The doors closed behind him. The bus moved on. He walked through the city without a destination. No one noticed him. No one needed to. He passed cafes preparing for the day, shops lifting shutters, apartments releasing the sounds of waking lives. Everything felt slightly muted, as though he were still half asleep. Or perhaps the world was. At a small park tucked between buildings, he sat on a bench. A narrow stream ran through it, shallow and clear. Children would play here later, he thought. Someone would feed the birds. Someone would pause without knowing why. He listened. The stream's voice was different from the river's. Higher, faster, but beneath it, faint and unmistakable, he sensed the same rhythm. All the water knew each other. As the day progressed, he realized something gently, without shock. The choice he had made was not final. He could return to the valley someday. Or not. The river had not closed behind him. It had simply flowed elsewhere. That night, in a small room borrowed for sleep, he lay down and closed his eyes. The city breathed around him. Distant traffic. A door closing. Someone laughed briefly, then stopped. And beneath it all, water. Always water. Fireflies appeared in his dream again. Just one this time. It hovered near his face, its light steady, unafraid. He smiled in his sleep. Some places are left behind. Some places are carried forward. And some become part of the quiet that follows us everywhere. Chapter 8. When time learns to move gently. Time did not return all at once. It arrived the way dust settles on a shelf so slowly that its presence could only be noticed by contrast. Days passed. Or perhaps weeks. The man did not mark them carefully. Morning followed night. Night softened into morning. The city accepted him without question. He found work that did not demand explanation. Simple tasks. Predictable hours. Movements that allowed the mind to wander without consequence. He learned the sounds of his new surroundings. The distant train at dusk. The hum of lights in quiet rooms. Rain tapping windows with patient fingers. Each sound layered itself gently over the memory of water. At first, the river appeared in his dreams every night. Always different, sometimes wide and slow, like the one in the valley. Sometimes narrow and quick, like the stream in the park. Sometimes unseen, present only as sound. Fireflies appeared less often. When they did, they were fewer. Their light dimmer. But never gone. During waking hours, memory shifted. It no longer arrived as images. It arrived as instinct. A pause before speaking. A calm where anxiety might have been. A sense of timing that did not come from clocks. He noticed this most when he walked. His steps found a rhythm that felt older than the pavement beneath them. One evening, as the sky darkened early with clouds, he stood at a crosswalk waiting for the signal to change. Cars passed. Lights reflected on wet asphalt. People stood beside him, each contained in their own quiet orbit. He felt it then. The river, not remembered, present, flowing through the moment like an undercurrent beneath sound. The signal changed. He crossed. The name did not return in full. But it no longer felt incomplete. It rested where it belonged, no longer pressing forward, no longer receding. Sometimes, when he heard a voice in a crowd, his attention lifted instinctively. Not in expectation, in recognition. Seasons shifted. Summer loosened its grip. Cicadas faded into memory. Air sharpened. Leaves fell. The man watched them gather along gutters and curbs, swirling briefly before settling. Movement without urgency. Rest without permanence. The river in his dreams changed with the season. In autumn, it carried fallen leaves slowly, deliberately. In winter, it moved beneath a skin of ice, unseen but unmistakable. In spring, it swelled gently, full without excess. Always moving, always patient. One night, he dreamed not of water, but of standing still. He stood beneath a tree whose branches reached outward, not downward. Light filtered through leaves that did not belong to any season. Someone stood beside him, not across water, not fading, simply there. They did not speak. They did not need to. The dream ended without a conclusion. He woke with a sense of quiet fullness. No longing, no loss, just continuation. On a day that felt no different from any other, he returned to the small park. The stream ran clear. Children laughed nearby, their voices bright and brief. Someone sat on a bench feeding birds. Someone else watched clouds without purpose. The man sat by the water. He listened. The stream spoke quickly. The river spoke beneath it. Together, they formed something whole. A single firefly appeared in the early evening. Out of place, out of season. Its light was faint, steady. It hovered near the water, then drifted upward and away. No one else seemed to notice. The man smiled. Time does not erase what flows beneath it. It only teaches us how to listen more quietly. And some rivers never stop speaking. Chapter 9: The Valley That Calls Without Sound. It began without a dream. Or perhaps the dream had become too gentle to distinguish from waking. The man opened his eyes one morning and felt, unmistakably, that the valley was near. Not physically, not on any map, near in the way a thought rests just beneath language. The city moved as it always had. People walked. Trains arrived and departed. Signals changed with calm precision. Nothing had shifted outwardly. And yet, as the man moved through his day, a softness accompanied him, as though the air itself had grown more forgiving. He noticed pauses between sounds, spaces between moments, places where something could have been, but did not need to be. That evening, as he lay down to sleep, the river did not appear. There was no water, no fireflies, only darkness, deep and welcoming, like the space behind closed eyes. He did not resist it. When the dream came, it was subtle. He was walking, not on a road, not along a river, but through something that felt familiar without shape. The ground beneath his feet yielded slightly, as if covered in moss or fallen leaves. The air was cool, neither night nor morning. He felt watched not with attention, but with recognition. Then, without transition, the valley was there. Not as it had been. As it always was. The river flowed through the center, unchanged, unhurried. The willow tree bent gently, its branches brushing the water. The village rested, lanterns glowing faintly though no night surrounded them. Fireflies hovered in small numbers, their light steady and calm. The man stood on the river bank. He felt no surprise, only arrival. He realized then that he was not dreaming in the way he once had. There was no separation, no crossing over. The valley had not returned to him. He had simply noticed that it had never left. The old man stood nearby. Not older, not younger, just present. "You came without walking," he said, as though commenting on the weather. The man smiled. "I didn't know how else to come." The old man nodded. "Most don't." They stood together, watching the water. "Will I wake up?" the man asked. The old man considered this. "Yes," he said. And no. The answer felt complete. The river showed nothing this time. No memories. No names. No promises. It flowed, content with itself. The man understood that this, too, was a gift. Fireflies drifted closer, their light slow and steady. One hovered near his hand. He did not reach for it. He did not need to. The light pulsed once, then faded gently into the air. "You can rest here," the old man said. "Or you can let this place rest within you." The man looked around. The village breathed. The river sang quietly. The night, if it was night, held everything without effort. "I think," the man said slowly, "I've been resting here all along." The old man smiled. The valley did not close. It did not fade. It simply softened, its edges blending into something wider, deeper, quieter. The man felt himself lying down. Not on the river bank. Not in his room. Somewhere between. When he opened his eyes again, he was awake. Morning light touched the walls of his room. The city breathed outside. A distant sound of water moved through a pipe, or a drain, or memory. He lay still, listening. The valley did not feel far away. It felt unnecessary to locate. The river flowed. Fireflies slept. And somewhere beneath thought, beneath dream, beneath waking. Something remembered him. Some places call loudly. Some places never call at all. And some simply wait until we are quiet enough to notice. Chapter 10, Where the River Becomes Silence. There was no clear moment when the river stopped speaking. It did not fall silent suddenly. It did not retreat or disappear. It simply ceased to require listening. The man woke before dawn. Not because he needed to, but because his body had finished resting. The room around him was dim, washed in the pale blue of early morning. The city had not yet begun to assert itself. He lay still. There was no dream to recall. No image lingered behind his eyes. And yet, something remained. He breathed in. He breathed out. Between those two movements, there was a space. Not empty. Complete. The river did not appear in his thoughts. It did not need to. Its rhythm had become indistinguishable from his own. The way his breath slowed when it needed to. The way his attention softened instead of tightening. The way silence no longer felt like absence. Later, as the day unfolded, nothing remarkable occurred. He ate breakfast. He stepped outside. He walked familiar streets. People passed him, carrying their lives openly and quietly. Cars moved. Doors opened and closed. Voices rose and faded. Everything continued. And for the first time, continuation felt sufficient. At the small park, the stream ran as it always had. Clear. Shallow. Unconcerned. The man sat nearby, not watching it directly. He did not compare it to the river in the valley. He did not search for echoes. The stream did not ask to be remembered as anything else. Neither did he. That evening, as light softened and shadows lengthened, a single memory surfaced. Not called, not summoned, just present. Fireflies drifting above water. Not bright, not many, enough. The memory carried no ache, no pull. It rested, weightless. That night, when he lay down to sleep, there was no crossing. No dream path. No valley opening itself. Sleep arrived the way it does for children, without ceremony, without explanation, without witness. If someone had watched him sleeping, they would have seen nothing unusual. Breathe steady. Face calm. Hands relaxed. But beneath that stillness, something profound had settled. Not a story. Not a lesson. A state. The river flowed. Not somewhere else. Not somewhere remembered. It flowed as the quiet understanding that nothing needed to be held. That nothing needed to be chased. That some things, once found, no longer need to appear again. Fireflies did not return, because they did not need to. Their light had already learned where to go. And if, Someday, the man were to stand by water again, any water, and feel a softness gather in his chest without reason. That would be enough. Some stories end. Some stories fade. And some become the silence that allows sleep to arrive. The warm glow of paper lanterns. Prologue: the night when the lanterns were lit. The lanterns were not lit all at once. They never were. In the town where this story begins, light arrived gradually, as if asking permission from the dark before settling in. One lantern would glow beneath the eaves of a wooden house, its paper skin warming from within. Then another would follow, across the narrow street. Then another, reflected faintly in a shallow canal that ran beside the road. By the time the sun fully disappeared behind the hills, the town was wrapped in a quiet constellation of warm light. This was a town in Japan that did not rush its evenings. Day faded here the way breath fades after a long walk, slowly, gently, without effort. The paper lanterns were old-fashioned. They were not decorative in the modern sense. Their frames were made of thin bamboo, slightly uneven, softened by years of use. The paper was off-white rather than pure, marked by time, by weather, by hands that had lifted and lowered it across many seasons. Each lantern carried a small brushstroke of ink, sometimes a family name, sometimes a simple symbol, sometimes nothing at all. What mattered was not what they said. It was that they were lit. When the lanterns glowed, the town changed. Not dramatically, not suddenly, but enough that those who lived there felt it without needing to name it. Sounds softened, movements slowed, voices lowered, even when laughter escaped. The night became something to enter, not something to endure. On one such evening, a man arrived at the edge of town. He did not come by train. He did not come by car. He walked. The road that led him there was narrow and quiet, bordered by fields that had already surrendered to dusk. Cicadas called from unseen places, their sound rising and falling like breath. The man carried nothing. No bag, no umbrella, no visible reason. He stopped when he saw the first lantern. It hung from the corner of a small shop, its light trembling slightly in the breeze. The glow touched the ground beneath it, creating a pool of warmth that felt deeper than its size. The man stood there longer than necessary. Something in his chest loosened. He could not remember the last time he had seen paper lanterns lit this way. Not strung for a festival. Not arranged for display. But placed one by one, as part of the town's ordinary rhythm. He stepped forward. The lantern did not brighten. It did not react. It simply continued to glow. As he walked deeper into the town, more lanterns revealed themselves. outside homes, along small bridges, at the entrances of narrow alleys that seemed to lead nowhere important. Each lantern cast its own small circle of light, overlapping slightly with the next, creating a path that did not need signs. The man followed without thinking. The town itself had no name known beyond the surrounding hills. Maps sometimes marked it. Sometimes they did not. Those who passed nearby often missed it entirely, mistaking its roads for service paths, its houses for storage sheds, its lights for reflections. But those who entered rarely forgot the feeling of the lanterns. The man felt it now. Not nostalgia, not memory, something quieter. Like recognition without identity. At the center of town stood a small square. Not large enough to be called a plaza. Not important enough to host ceremonies. But here, the lanterns gathered more closely, their light layering softly until the night itself seemed warm. A well stood at the square's edge, its wooden frame darkened by age. A bucket rested beside it, unused. The man stopped. He listened. Footsteps echoed faintly in the distance. Somewhere, a sliding door closed. From another direction, the smell of simmering broth drifted through the air. Life was present, but uninsistent. An old woman passed through the square, carrying a basket. She glanced at the man and nodded, neither surprised nor curious. "Good evening," she said. "Good evening," he replied, the words coming easily. His voice sounded right here. He did not ask where he was. He did not ask where to stay. Somehow, he knew that the lanterns would answer those questions in their own time. As night settled fully, the sky above the town turned deep and clear. Stars appeared slowly, like distant lanterns answering those below. The paper lanterns swayed gently. Their glow did not compete with the darkness. It cooperated with it. The man felt tired then. Not the sharp exhaustion of travel. A softer tiredness. The kind that comes when the body recognizes safety. He followed a narrow street where lanterns hung lower, closer together. At the end of it stood a small inn, its entrance marked by a lantern with no writing at all. Just light. He paused, then stepped inside. Behind him, the town continued. Lanterns glowing. People are moving quietly. Night deepening without fear. And somewhere within that warm, paper-filtered light, a story began to unfold. Not loudly, not urgently, but patiently. Some nights are illuminated. Some nights are guided. And some nights teach us how to arrive. Chapter 1: The Inn Where Light Rests. The inn was quiet in the way that old places often are. Not silent, never silent, but filled with sounds that had learned how not to interrupt one another. The soft creak of wooden floors settling. The distant clink of a cup being set down. The gentle hiss of a kettle somewhere beyond sight. The man removed his shoes at the entrance without being asked. The floor beneath his feet was cool and smooth, worn into comfort by countless steps over many years. A paper lantern hung just inside the doorway, its light dimmer than those outside, as if inviting calm rather than announcing arrival. A woman stood behind the counter. She was neither young nor old in a way that could be measured easily. Her hair was pulled back simply, her movements unhurried. She looked up as the man approached and smiled, not with curiosity, but with recognition that did not demand explanation. "Welcome," she said. "You must be tired." "I think I am," the man replied. The words felt true. There was no form to fill out. No questions about where he had come from. No request for identification. The woman handed him a key attached to a small wooden tag, its edges rounded smooth. "Second room on the left," she said. "The lantern outside your door will be lit." He thanked her and turned toward the stairs. As he climbed, he noticed that the walls were lined with old photographs. Not framed carefully, not labeled. Just images resting where they had always rested. A festival long past. Children standing too still for the camera. A street much like the one outside, but emptier. He did not stop to study them. They did not ask to be remembered. His room was simple. Tatami mats. A low table. A folded futon waits patiently. Outside the paper window, a lantern hung from the eaves, its light filtering softly through the thin paper, turning the room into a place of warm shadow. The man sat down and exhaled. Not deeply, just enough. He realized then that he could not remember when he had last slept in a place like this. Not a hotel. Not a room designed for passing through. A place that was expected to rest. After a time, how long he could not say, he stood and slid the door open. The night had deepened. The lanterns outside glowed steadily now, their light no longer tentative. The street below was quiet, but not empty. A man walked past carrying a paper bag. A couple spoke softly as they crossed a small bridge. Somewhere, a radio played faintly, its sound drifting without direction. The man leaned slightly against the wooden railing. The lantern nearest him swayed. Its paper skin glowed amber, breathing light into the darkness. He watched it until his thoughts slowed enough to disappear. Below, in the street, a child ran past, chased gently by an older sibling. Their laughter rose briefly, then faded, leaving the night intact. The man felt something loosen in his chest. Not memory, not emotion, expectation. As if the night itself were waiting for him to stop trying to understand it. He returned inside and sat on the tatami. On the table rested a small tray with a cup of tea. It was still warm. No one had announced its arrival. He lifted the cup and drank slowly. The taste was mild, grounding, neither bitter nor sweet enough to distract. Perfect. Later, as he lay down, the lantern's glow shifted slightly with the breeze. Shadows moved across the ceiling. They did not form images. They did not suggest stories. They simply moved. The man closed his eyes. Sleep came easily. He dreamed of light. Not bright light. Filtered light. Light that passed through paper, through fabric, through mist. He dreamed of walking through streets where every doorway held a lantern, and each lantern knew when to glow brighter and when to dim. No one spoke to him. No one followed him. He felt neither alone nor accompanied. When he woke, it was still night. The lantern outside his room glowed unchanged. The man lay still, listening. Somewhere below, the innkeeper moved quietly. A floorboard creaked, then settled. The night held. He thought then, not sharply, not urgently, about why he had come here. The thought drifted close, then paused. It did not insist. He let it go. Outside, the lanterns continued their patient work. They did not guide travelers quickly. They did not demand attention. They simply made it possible to see where one already stood. Some places offer answers. Some places offer shelter. And some places offer light, and trust you to rest beneath it. Chapter 2: Morning Among the Lanterns. The morning arrived slowly, as if the sun itself had been waiting for the lanterns to finish their work. Light spilled over the rooftops in soft, muted bands, touching wooden beams and the surfaces of stone paths with quiet warmth. The town felt unchanged, yet somehow it seemed to have deepened in itself. The man opened his eyes in the inn, stretching gently on the tatami. The lantern outside his window still glowed faintly, though it had been morning for some time. Its light was no longer necessary to see, yet it lingered, as though unwilling to leave. He rose carefully, mindful of the quiet floorboards, and moved to the window. From here, he could see a narrow street lined with paper lanterns still swinging slightly in the morning breeze. Children's laughter drifted faintly from a courtyard where a few had begun to play. Somewhere nearby, someone swept leaves from the steps of a shop, the sound rhythmic and patient. The man felt a gentle pull in his chest. Not a desire. Not a longing. A recognition that he could, if he wished, step out and join the rhythm of this town. Or he could remain, observing, listening, allowing the day to unfold. Downstairs, the inn was already stirring. A small breakfast tray awaited on a low table in the common room. There was rice, pickled vegetables, and tea, each arranged carefully. The innkeeper had not called, nor had she offered any instructions. She simply allowed the food to be, and the man accepted it in the same quiet way. He ate slowly, savoring each bite. The taste was simple, familiar, grounding. Outside, the light of the lanterns softened as the sun climbed higher, yet some of their glow lingered in the shadows they cast, reminding him that light could exist without being demanded or explained. After breakfast, he wandered through the town. The streets were narrow, bordered by low wooden fences, small gardens, and the occasional stone lantern. People moved about their morning work, opening doors, carrying water, arranging cloth for drying, but no one seemed hurried. They spoke in quiet tones, and when he passed, nods and brief smiles were exchanged. Nothing more was necessary. He paused in a small alley where lanterns hung in delicate clusters. Their paper skins were pale, each one marked subtly by age, sun, and weather. The man touched the thin bamboo frame of one, feeling the warmth it had carried through the night, the faint resistance of its paper. A gentle hum of familiarity settled in him, unspoken and undeniable. By midday, he found himself at the edge of a canal that ran through the center of the town. Water moved slowly, catching the light from the lanterns above and reflecting it in ripples across the surface. The movement of the water seemed to mirror his own breathing, steady, unhurried, patient. A single lantern swayed just above the canal, its reflection shimmering slightly. The man sat on the edge of the stone path, watching the small circle of light. He felt neither urgency nor restlessness. Here, time seemed optional. One could simply exist and let the world continue without interference. An old man appeared quietly from a side street. He leaned lightly on a wooden staff, his steps deliberate, calm. His eyes crinkled slightly as he looked at the man. "First morning, yes?" he asked softly. The man nodded. "Yes. It feels right." The old man smiled. "The lanterns are patient. They wait for those who need them. No hurry, no expectations. That is why this town remains." The man considered this, watching the sunlight fade slightly as shadows deepened under eaves and walls. The lantern's glow persisted in the shaded corners, marking paths, doorways, and bridges. They did not guide him urgently. They simply existed, allowing him to notice, if he wished. He spent the rest of the morning wandering slowly, visiting the small shops and quiet courtyards. Each encounter was brief. A shopkeeper offered a nod. A child waved a small hand. A cat passed silently, weaving through shadows. Each moment felt weighted lightly with attention, yet not heavy, not demanding. The town had rhythms, and he was beginning to feel them without effort. By afternoon, he returned to the inn and rested beside the lantern outside his window. Closing his eyes, he realized that he no longer felt the need to ask why he had come or where he would go next. The town and its lanterns did not demand answers. They simply allowed him to arrive fully, to notice, and to rest quietly within the glow. Some mornings arrive slowly. Some light does not fade with the sun. And some towns allow you to remain, simply by being present. Chapter 3 Evening Among the Lanterns. Night arrived gradually, as if it were another resident of the town rather than a measure of time. Shadows stretched along the narrow streets, mingling with the golden light of lanterns that now hung thicker in every corner. Under eaves, over bridges, and above doorways. The town did not announce the coming of night, it allowed it to arrive, softly, without hurry. The man stepped outside his inn once more. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke, earth, and something indefinable, like the smell of memory in motion. Lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, their paper skins warm against the darkness, inviting yet unobtrusive. He walked slowly, letting his eyes adjust to the calm glow. Children ran briefly across a bridge, laughing quietly before being called home. A woman carried a small basket along a narrow path, nodding to him in passing. Their voices were soft, unobtrusive, as if they too respected the patient light. No one hurried. No one forced his attention. He felt, for the first time since arriving, that the town itself had a rhythm he could follow naturally without trying. The man reached the square at the town's center. Lanterns clustered here in slightly larger numbers, illuminating a small well, a stone bench, and the edges of a canal. He leaned lightly against the wooden railing by the water and watched the reflections shimmer in soft amber tones. The world felt contained yet vast, intimate yet infinite. Each lantern held a quiet confidence, and through them, the night spoke in small gestures, a sway, a flicker, a gentle glow. An elderly man appeared near the square, carrying a small lantern of his own. His steps were slow, deliberate, and he did not seek to draw attention. He looked at the man and inclined his head slightly. "Evening walks suit you," he said, voice soft but steady. "The lanterns are patient. They wait for those who notice them without question. The man nodded. I think I am noticing now. The old man smiled faintly and moved on, leaving the man with the quiet hum of lantern light. The soft movement of water, and the night that seemed to breathe with him. He wandered along the canal, following the gentle curve of the water. The reflection of each lantern swayed and shimmered, doubling and splitting across the ripples. There was no urgency, no expectation. He noticed the way the shadows from the eaves fell differently on each stone step, the subtle way a bridge's curve caught the lantern light. Every detail, he realized, had its own rhythm, its own patience. A soft voice spoke from somewhere nearby. "Good evening." He turned and saw a young woman leaning lightly against a shop's doorway. She carried a small tray of tea. She smiled and inclined her head, then stepped aside, leaving the path open. He nodded in return, accepting the greeting without needing to reply further. No words were necessary, the acknowledgement was enough. The man continued along a narrow street where the lanterns hung closest together. Here, the light pooled on wooden boards, softening edges and blending with the night. Each lantern seemed aware of the others, not competing but complementing, forming a network of warmth and shadow that guided him gently without demand. He paused often, simply standing, observing, breathing with the night. Eventually, he returned to the small bridge at the canal's curve. He rested his hands on the railing and looked at the lanterns reflecting in the water. A firefly appeared suddenly, hovering in the lantern glow. Its light flickered once, twice, then steadied. The man watched it with quiet fascination. For a moment, he felt that the lanterns, the water, the firefly, and the town were all aware of his presence and that he was entirely allowed to be there, unnoticed yet welcomed. The night deepened further. Lanterns swayed more gently. The town seemed to exhale, a subtle pulse in the calm air. He felt neither urgency nor desire. Only the quiet, patient knowledge that he could remain here, wandering, noticing, breathing without expectation, without question. Some nights are deep. Some lights remain through darkness without insisting. And some towns do not ask you to belong, they simply allow you to arrive fully, over and over again. Chapter 4: Quiet Patterns of the Night. The night deepened, folding over the town like a soft blanket. Lanterns glowed steadily along the streets and alleys, their amber light pooling gently over wooden doorways, stone paths, and small gardens. The wind was almost absent, leaving only the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional distant sound of footsteps. The man wandered slowly, following paths that led him past familiar lanterns and past small corners he had not noticed before. Each corner had its own quiet detail, a stack of firewood leaning against a wall. A small clay pot tipped slightly in the shadow, the faint scent of simmering soup. He observed without thought or judgment, his attention entirely present, allowed by the night itself. A cat appeared, moving silently across the path. It paused near a lantern, arching its back as the light touched its fur. Their eyes met briefly, neither startled nor inquisitive. The man watched as the cat continued into an alley and disappeared. The lanterns remained, steady, indifferent, yet somehow aware of the subtle life around them. He reached a small square with a well at its center. Lanterns hung close here, their clustered glow illuminating the edges of the well, a low bench, and the water that reflected each light. A soft breeze passed through, moving the lanterns just enough to create gentle flickers. He leaned on the railing, watching the reflections shift and settle. He noticed, for the first time, that each lantern had a slightly different warmth. Some glowed brighter, some dimmer, some cast shadows that stretched longer or shorter. There was no pattern, yet the variations created a rhythm that felt natural, unforced. The town was alive in its quiet ways, not needing to speak loudly to assert itself. In a small doorway nearby, a woman folded cloth with careful, deliberate motions. She glanced up at him, gave a nod, and returned to her task. Across the street, a child placed tiny stones along the edge of a canal, adjusting each with precise attention. These small acts were insignificant by any worldly measure, yet they were part of the town's quiet pattern, its gentle pulse. The man followed the paths between the lanterns, stepping lightly. Observing the subtleties, the curve of a roofline catching the light, the shadow beneath a bridge, the movement of a leaf falling into the water. Each detail required nothing of him, yet he found himself attending to them, allowing his awareness to drift with the rhythm of the night. At the edge of town, he came upon a narrow alley where lanterns were hung so closely that their light cooled into a soft amber tunnel. He walked beneath them, feeling the warmth of paper and bamboo close to his skin. A breeze lifted a few strands of hair across his face. The night did not push him forward or hold him back, it merely allowed him to be. A quiet understanding settled in him. He realized that the town, with its lanterns, its shadows, its subtle sounds, and its rhythms, did not require him to act. He could wander. He could watch. He could breathe. And simply, without expectation, he could exist in the glow. He returned eventually to the bridge over the canal. The water reflected the clustered lanterns, flickering slightly as if breathing. A single firefly appeared, hovering near the surface, its small light joining the larger, steadier glow. He watched it, feeling a gentle weight of contentment in his chest. Nothing had changed, yet everything felt complete. Some nights have patterns only the quiet can reveal. Some light is enough without command. And some towns allow you to breathe with them, slowly, patiently, without ever asking you to belong. Chapter 5: Night Walks and Subtle Lives. The streets were quieter now, yet fuller in their details. Lanterns hung along the eaves and over bridges, glowing gently as the man wandered further into the town. The night seemed to stretch outward without end, yet it never felt vast or empty. Every shadow, every soft glow of light, seemed deliberate, inviting him to notice the smallness of life. He passed a narrow courtyard where an elderly man swept leaves from the stone steps. Each movement was precise, calm, and careful, as though the act itself required his full attention. The man watched quietly, feeling no urge to interrupt, to speak, to hasten the moment. The lanterns above cast a soft, warm light over the sweeper's movements, giving them a silent rhythm. A young woman sat near the edge of the canal, mending a small fishing net. She hummed faintly, a tune that did not rise loudly above the night but filled the space gently. The man paused, watching the lanterns reflecting in the water beside her, their glow trembling slightly with each ripple. For a moment, their eyes met. She smiled briefly, and he nodded, words unnecessary. The simple acknowledgement felt enough. Further along, a small child crouched beside a cluster of lanterns, placing tiny stones in neat rows. Each stone caught the lantern light for an instant, reflecting warm specks that danced briefly on the walls. The child laughed softly when one stone toppled, but the sound was brief and gentle. The man felt a quiet satisfaction simply observing the unspoken order of night, life continuing without hurry, without expectation. The man walked on, guided not by a map or purpose but by instinct. Every alley, every bridge, every faint curve of the canal seemed to know where he would step. Lanterns swung above him, swaying just enough to shift shadows across the stone. Their glow was steady, patient, uninsistent. He felt as if the town itself breathed around him, each lantern a heartbeat, each shadow a pause in a quiet conversation. At a small square, he noticed a wooden bench beside a lantern. A man sat there quietly, holding a cup of tea, eyes fixed on the water below. They exchanged no words. no gestures. Simply being in the presence of the light and the night was enough. The man joined him on the bench, neither sitting too close nor too far. Together, in silence, they watched the lanterns and the reflections in the water. The fireflies began to appear, their soft pulses mirroring the lanterns above. The night deepened further, and the town's patterns became clearer. Families moved quietly from one place to another, their actions simple yet meaningful. A door opened, a kettle whistled, a blanket was folded. The man absorbed these details, not analyzing, not judging, simply noticing the rhythm of quiet lives illuminated by warm, patient light. When he finally returned to his inn, he paused outside, under the lantern that marked his room. Its soft glow touched the wooden boards beneath his feet. He realized he had walked far without awareness of distance or time. The town had guided him gently, through observation, through the subtle cues of light and life. And he felt as if he had absorbed part of its patience into his own being. As he slid the door open and entered his room, he noticed the lantern outside casting a faint reflection through the paper window. He sat on the tatami, breathing slowly, listening to the night as it continued around him. The distant laughter of children, the gentle lapping of water in the canal, the faint movement of leaves all formed a quiet symphony of ordinary life. He allowed himself to feel a sense of belonging without needing to define it, a comfort in simply existing among the lantern's glow. Some nights carry lives quietly along their paths. Some lights do not demand attention to exist. And some towns teach you the rhythm of being simply by showing it, softly, endlessly. Chapter 6 Night's Gentle Embrace. The town's night deepened like a slowly unfolding fold of cloth. Lanterns swayed gently from eaves and bridges, their amber light pooling across stone paths, wooden boards, and the surfaces of small gardens. Shadows moved softly with the light, yet they were not frightening or empty. They seemed part of the town's quiet conversation. The man walked without direction, allowing the rhythm of the streets and the gentle glow of the lanterns to guide him. Every step felt natural, each movement in harmony with the night. He noticed the small details, the curve of a roof catching the lantern light, the way a wooden door reflected warmth. Even without being touched, the faint scent of tea and wood smoke drifting from distant homes. He passed a narrow alley where a young girl balanced on the edge of a canal, tossing small pebbles into the water. Each splash was minor, nearly inaudible, yet he felt the echo of it in the still night. The girl glanced at him, smiled faintly, and continued. Their interaction required no words. Presence alone was enough. The man continued to a small square. A lone bench stood beneath a lantern whose light flickered softly, casting moving patterns on the ground. He sat, and the night seemed to wrap around him like a gentle shawl. Somewhere nearby, someone hummed a quiet tune. Somewhere else, water lapped softly against a canal wall. Nothing rushed. Nothing demanded notice. Fireflies began to appear, their soft, intermittent glow mingling with the lanterns above. A single firefly hovered near his hand. He watched it, letting its gentle light fill the spaces between his thoughts. He realized, almost without effort, that he no longer needed to ask why he had come to this town, nor what he should do next. The night and its lights had offered him something beyond explanation, a quiet permission to simply exist. The man wandered further, crossing bridges and slipping through alleys where lanterns hung low. The town revealed its subtle routines, the clink of a cup set down, the faint shuffle of someone sweeping leaves, a cat slipping silently across a roof. All these small motions combined with the soft lantern light to create a rhythm he could feel in his own breathing. There was no urgency. There was no requirement. There was only the night's gentle embrace. Returning to the canal, he stood at the water's edge, observing the reflections of lanterns in the moving surface. The glow danced, stretched, and bent with the ripples. Fireflies drifted over the water, joining the lanterns in a quiet chorus of light. He felt the warmth of the town, the patience of its nights, settling into him. A sense of safety arose, not loud, not declarative, but quiet and complete. When he returned to his room, he paused before the door. The lantern outside glowed softly, its light spilling across the wooden boards. He breathed in deeply, letting the warmth sink into him, and stepped inside. Sliding the door closed, he sat on the tatami, listening to the town breathe beyond the paper windows. Outside, lanterns swayed gently. Somewhere, distant footsteps echoed softly. Somewhere, water moved quietly in the canal. Somewhere, life continued without urgency. He lay down, eyes closed, and allowed the night to carry him. Lantern light, fireflies, whispers of movement, and the town's subtle rhythm all settled inside him, forming a quiet sanctuary. For the first time since arriving, he felt fully at ease, as if the town itself had accepted him without question. Some nights embrace you without speaking. Some lights guide you without demand. And some towns teach the rhythm of peace simply by letting you be. Chapter 7 Dreams Among the Lanterns. Sleep arrived softly, without ceremony. The man lay on the tatami, the faint glow of the lantern outside filtering through the paper window. He felt the town's rhythm in his chest, a slow, gentle pulse that seemed to match the quiet sway of the lanterns above. In his dream, he walked once more through the streets of the town. The lanterns glowed as they did in waking hours, their light steady and warm, yet now it felt more intimate. They did not illuminate his path, they were his path. Shadows and reflections merged seamlessly, guiding him not with commands, but with quiet assurance. He passed the small square, where the well stood still and silent. Lanterns hung clustered around it, their glow rippling softly across the surface of the water. Fireflies drifted above, tiny pulses of light that mirrored the lantern's glow. He recognized them not as insects, but as extensions of the night itself, moving with purpose yet without urgency. The figures of the town's residents appeared in the dream, moving quietly along familiar paths. The elderly man sweeping leaves, the woman mending the net, the child lining pebbles along the canal, they were present, yet not insistent. He did not speak to them, and they did not speak to him. Their presence alone sufficed. The dream seemed to whisper that being seen and being seen by none were equally sufficient. A bridge appeared in the dream, small and simple. He crossed it slowly, feeling the wooden boards under his feet, the lanterns swaying gently above. Water moved quietly beneath, reflecting the amber glow in infinite fragments. He noticed the subtle differences in each lantern's light, the dimmer ones, the warmer ones. The faint flicker in the oldest lantern, and felt the harmony of their coexistence, an orchestration without conductor, without instruction. The dream deepened. He wandered into alleys where lanterns hung closer, creating tunnels of light that merged shadow and warmth. The night's breath carried scents familiar yet softened: wood, smoke, earth, faintly of pea and flowers. Each inhalation felt like a gentle reminder that he belonged here, not because he was needed, but because the town allowed him space to exist fully. He paused beneath a lantern. Its glow pressed softly against his skin, warm and patient. A single firefly hovered near, its tiny light pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. He smiled, realizing that in this quiet, he had no urgency, no expectation, no need to arrive anywhere beyond this moment. The town, the lanterns, the night, they had become part of him. When he awoke, the lantern outside his window glowed faintly, still holding its warmth despite the morning light creeping in from the horizon. He lay for a long time, eyes closed, allowing the memory of the dream to settle into him. The quiet rhythm of the town, the gentle glow, the soft presence of unseen lives all had followed him into sleep and had left a calm, steady echo behind. He rose slowly and opened the window. The streets below were already stirring with the day's first movements, yet the lanterns retained their glow, softer now, patient and enduring. The town continued its gentle rhythms, and he continued within them, no longer separate, no longer wandering alone. Some dreams do not end when the eyes open. Some lights carry themselves into waking hours. And some towns, through patience and quiet, become part of the heart itself. Chapter 8: Daylight and the Persistent Glow. Morning light spilled softly over the town. It did not chase away the lanterns, nor did it diminish their presence entirely. Some hung in shadowed corners, their glow faint but unwavering, a quiet reminder that night's patience had not vanished. The man opened his eyes slowly, aware of both the sun and the lingering amber of the paper lanterns outside his window. He rose and moved through the inn quietly. The tatami mats held a faint warmth from the night, and the wooden floorboards creaked gently under his feet, welcoming each step as if the inn itself noticed his presence. Outside, the town had begun its day, shops opening with careful deliberation, the soft shuffle of slippers on stone, the clink of pottery and utensils, but none of it rushed. Each movement followed the town's unspoken rhythm. The man stepped outside, walking slowly along familiar streets. Morning offered a softer clarity, colors were muted, textures more visible, and shadows longer and gentler. Lanterns still glowed in corners where sunlight touched only lightly, as if protecting the night's memory. Their amber light coexisted with daylight, neither clashing nor competing, a gentle harmony of two times existing together. Along the canal, he watched children play quietly, tossing pebbles into the water. Their laughter was subdued, mingling naturally with the sounds of flowing water and birdsong. The man noticed the way each ripple reflected the lanterns above, faint as they were in the daylight, their light persistent and patient. It struck him that the town itself existed in layers, the people, the light, the sounds, all moving in tandem, yet without demand. He wandered into the square, where the well stood at its center. A woman swept the stone steps, a man carried water from the canal, and a child arranged small stones beside the water's edge. Every movement was simple, intentional, and unhurried. The man felt himself beginning to mirror this calm rhythm, his own steps and gestures slowing, softening, becoming part of the town's quiet pulse. He paused beneath a lantern, its glow faint but present. The warmth it carried was not physical, it rested gently on the mind. A firefly appeared unexpectedly, hovering near the lantern, its tiny pulse in sync with the subtle rhythm of the canal water. The man watched it, recognizing a pattern without naming it. Feeling an almost imperceptible thread connecting himself to the town, to its light, and to the night that had now softened into day. By afternoon, he had walked through narrow alleys and along the canal several times, observing without interference. A small shopkeeper offered a nod and a smile. The baker adjusted the cloth over freshly baked bread. The town's life unfolded in quiet, deliberate acts. No one hurried, no one insisted. The man felt, for the first time, that he could belong here. Simply by observing, by noticing, and by moving with the subtle rhythms that everyone else respected but did not explain. As evening approached, the sun began to lower, and shadows stretched once again across wooden boards and stone paths. The lanterns regained their prominence, glowing steadily against the deepening night. The man paused beneath one, feeling its light mingle with the remaining warmth of daylight. He realized fully that the town's light, its rhythm, and its quiet presence had entered him. The streets, the bridges, the canals, the people, they had become part of the same gentle pulse he felt within. He returned to his inn, sliding open the door to the room bathed in soft amber light. He sat on the tatami and exhaled slowly. The town had taught him, without words, that he could exist in peace. He did not need to arrive anywhere. He did not need to leave. The light of the lanterns, the rhythm of life, and the patient night that persisted in every shadow had become a part of him. Some lights remain through the day. Some towns carry their nights quietly within them. And some places allow you to exist fully, simply by letting you notice their patience. Chapter 9. When night returns. The sun slowly disappeared behind the distant hills, leaving the town suspended between day and night. Shadows stretched long across wooden boards and stone paths, and the lanterns, patiently waiting, began to glow once more. Their amber light swirled softly over rooftops, alleyways, and bridges, reminding the town that night had arrived, not with urgency, but with quiet certainty. The man stepped outside his inn. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of earth and wood smoke, a reminder of the town's undisturbed rhythm. Lanterns hung closely above narrow streets, forming corridors of warm light. Shadows danced gently beneath them, not threatening, not dramatic, but alive in their subtle movement. He walked slowly, noticing the small routines that unfolded under the lantern glow. A woman returned from gathering water, her steps careful and unhurried. Children whispered as they played near the canal, tossing pebbles that splashed faintly. A cat wound between lantern poles, its eyes reflecting tiny, gentle points of light. Each moment, each small action, was held carefully in the soft glow of amber. The man paused on a small bridge, leaning on the railing to watch the reflections in the canal. Lanterns swayed, fireflies drifted, and the water mirrored both, shimmering faintly in response. He realized that he could no longer distinguish clearly between the lantern's reflections and the light itself. Each joined seamlessly with the rhythm of the night, folding into his perception, guiding his breath, softening his mind. A figure appeared in the distance, the elderly man he had met earlier. Leaning on his staff, he moved slowly along the path, nodding as he passed. No words were spoken, but the gesture carried recognition, a quiet affirmation that the town's rhythm had included him. The man returned the nod, feeling a sense of belonging without needing explanation or ceremony. Further down the alley, a lantern swayed gently above a doorway. Its glow illuminated a small tray left for tea, the steam curling faintly into the night. The man approached without thought. He observed the scene and, without needing to touch or interfere, felt a warm satisfaction. This quiet coexistence, the light, the people, the fireflies, the water, was a sanctuary in itself. As the night deepened, the man wandered past the canal, the bridge, and the clustered lanterns in the square. Fireflies pulsed in rhythm with the lanterns, drifting over the water and streets in a gentle dance. He felt the glow settle into him, a warmth that was not heat, but calm and patience. Every moment, every lantern, every small action of life around him seemed to merge with his heartbeat. Returning to the inn, he paused under the lantern outside his room. Its glow touched the wooden boards beneath his feet, a faint warmth resting on his skin and in his chest. He slid open the door, entered his room, and sat on the tatami. The lantern outside continued to glow, steadfast and patient. He closed his eyes and let the night wash over him, feeling the town, the light, and the gentle rhythm of life become inseparable from his own quiet pulse. Some nights return without announcement. Some lights endure through shadows and time. And some towns, through the patient rhythm of ordinary life, teach the heart how to rest. Chapter 10, Where Lantern Light Rests. The night held the town in its soft, patient embrace. Lanterns glowed steadily above doorways, bridges, and narrow streets, their amber light unmoved by time or wind. Fireflies drifted in small arcs, weaving between shadows and reflections on the canal's surface. The air carried no urgency, only quiet warmth, as if the night itself were breathing in harmony with the town. The man walked slowly along familiar paths, noticing everything and nothing at once. The shadows beneath the eaves, the faint scent of wood and tea, the subtle ripple of water, each detail existed without demand. He felt the town, its lanterns, and the people's quiet presence fold into him, settling like the last layer of warmth beneath his skin. He reached the square at the canal's curve, where lanterns clustered above the well and bridges. He leaned lightly on the railing, observing reflections in the water. The glow, the fireflies, the soft night, and the subtle hum of the town seemed to speak a single message: rest. No words, no instructions, only the understanding that he could simply exist here, fully and without expectation. A gentle breeze lifted the lanterns slightly, and he noticed that their light, though flickering faintly, remained patient. Somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of footsteps and soft voices floated across the water. They were real, yet unobtrusive, part of the rhythm rather than the story. The man exhaled slowly, realizing that the town, the night, the lanterns, and the subtle patterns of life had become a single pulse, and he was part of it. He wandered back through alleys where lanterns hung low. Each step was unhurried. Each observation felt like a quiet conversation with the world. He paused beneath a lantern that swayed gently in the breeze. Its warm glow touched his face and hands. A firefly hovered nearby, pulsing once, twice, then fading. He did not reach for it. He did not need to. Its light had already settled into the rhythm of the night and into him. Finally, he returned to the inn. The lantern outside his door glowed softly, as it had every night. He slid the door open and entered, feeling the familiar warmth of tatami beneath his hands. Sitting down, he closed his eyes. The glow from the paper lantern filtered through the window, mingling with his breath and heartbeat. The town, its night, and its lanterns had become part of him. He did not need to leave, nor to search for anything else. Presence was enough. Sleep arrived without ceremony. No dream summoned him. No river called. No path needed following. The lanterns, the fireflies, the town, and the night had merged into a single, quiet pulse. He exhaled, letting the rhythm guide him. The world narrowed to warmth, light, and stillness. Breath and heartbeat synchronized with the patient's glow, until he felt entirely at home within the night itself. Some nights are endless, without urgency. Some lights remain through shadow and memory. And some towns do not end, they simply let you rest, wholly, within their glow. The lanterns swayed gently outside the window. The fireflies drifted softly across the water. The town breathed, and the man slept. Evening tea in a traditional house. Prologue. When the kettle begins to sing. The kettle did not whistle loudly. It never did. In the traditional house where this story begins, sound arrived gently, as if aware that the walls remembered everything that passed through them. The kettle rested on a small stove in the kitchen, its metal surface darkened by years of use. As the water inside warmed, it released a quiet, steady hum, a sound closer to breathing than to warning. Outside, the evening was settling. Not suddenly, not with an announcement, but with the slow certainty of shadows lengthening across the garden stones. The house stood slightly apart from the road. Its wooden gate opened inward, revealing a narrow path of flat stones set carefully into moss. A low fence bordered the garden, its posts softened by age and rain. Beyond it, the world continued, voices, distant engines, the faint echo of modern life, but here, within the gate, time moved differently. Lantern light had not yet appeared. The house preferred twilight. Inside, the air carried the scent of tatami, dried wood, and something faintly vegetal, the memory of tea leaves resting in a small tin on the shelf. Paper screens filtered the remaining daylight, softening it into pale rectangles on the floor. A man sat in the main room. He was not young. He was not old. He sat with the stillness of someone who had learned that evening required no urgency. He had arrived before sunset. Not early, not late, exactly when the light outside turned from useful to gentle. He had removed his shoes, placed them neatly by the entrance, and stepped onto the tatami without hesitation. As if his body already remembered the texture beneath his feet. The house accepted him without question. The kettle's quiet hum deepened. The man rose and moved toward the kitchen. His steps were careful, not out of caution, but out of respect for the floor, for the house, for the hour. He poured the hot water slowly into a small teapot, letting the steam rise and drift toward the ceiling before fading. The tea leaves unfurled, not hurried, not eager, just enough. He carried the teapot and a single cup into the main room and placed them on a low wooden table. The cup was simple, its glaze uneven, its surface warm beneath his fingers. He did not drink, yet drunk. Evening tea was not meant to be rushed. Outside, the garden shifted. Cicadas quieted. A bird settled somewhere unseen. The first lantern in the neighboring house flickered to life, its glow faintly visible through the paper screen. The man noticed. He always did. This house had seen many evenings. Some with guests, some alone, some heavy conversation, some so quiet they felt like pauses between breaths. It remembered them all, held gently in its beams and joints. Tonight was simply another evening. And yet, it felt complete. The man sat. Steam rose from the cup. Light faded from the room until the tea itself seemed to hold warmth enough to illuminate the space around it. He lifted the cup, drank slowly, and let the evening settle fully into place. Some houses do not speak. Some evenings do not ask. And some cups of tea are enough to tell you that you have arrived. Chapter 1: The Room That Faces the Garden. The room that faced the garden was the quietest place in the house. Not because sound could not reach it, but because sound arrived there already softened. The paper screens filtered everything: the fading daylight, the distant call of birds, even the subtle movements of air. What entered the room did so gently, as if aware that it was being invited rather than permitted. The man sat near the edge of the tatami, close to the open shoji. Outside, the garden rested. Not arranged to impress. Not shaped to command attention. It was simply their stones set unevenly into the earth, moss growing. Where it shows, a small maple tree whose leaves caught the last traces of light and released them slowly into shadow. He held his teacup with both hands. The warmth seeped into his palms, steady and calm. Evening tea was never about taste alone. It was about temperature, timing, and the quiet agreement between body and hour. He drank slowly, pausing between sips, letting the steam rise and fade. The kettle in the kitchen had gone silent. Its work was finished. The room remembered this hour. It had held many evenings like this, some filled with voices drifting in from the garden. Some marked by the soft laughter of children now grown, some entirely silent. The tatami carried faint impressions of where people had once sat, where they had leaned, where they had rested. The man felt none of this as memory. He felt it as a presence. Beyond the garden wall, a lantern flickered to life. Then another. Their glow did not enter the room directly, but it changed the quality of the darkness outside. Shadows grew warmer, less absolute. The maple leaves shifted from green to something deeper, almost blue, their edges outlined softly by borrowed light. The man noticed without turning his head. He had learned long ago that evening did not require constant attention. He stood and moved toward the veranda. The wooden boards were cool beneath his feet, their surface smoothed by years of weather and use. From here, the garden felt closer, more intimate. He could hear the faint movement of insects, the quiet settling of leaves, the distant rhythm of another household preparing for the night. A breeze passed through. The paper screens breathed. He thought, briefly, that he should remember why he had come here. The thought appeared like a ripple in still water. Then it faded. The house did not insist. Neither did the evening. On the low table behind him, the teapot rested, its warmth slowly diminishing. The cup stood empty now, its purpose fulfilled for the moment. Nothing in the room waited impatiently. Objects understood their roles and accepted pauses without complaint. This was something the man appreciated deeply, even if he could not have explained why. As darkness settled more fully, the garden changed again. Details softened, edges blurred. What remained was shape, suggestion, and space. The room, facing the garden, became a place not for observation, but for being. The man returned to his place on the tatami and sat. He did not reach for the teapot. He did not turn on a light. The lanterns outside were enough. Their glow filtered through leaves, over the wall, and into the room as a quiet presence rather than illumination. In this house, evening tea was never only about the tea. It was about allowing the day to end without ceremony. About letting night arrive at its own pace. About sitting in a room that faced the garden and trusting that this was enough. Some rooms do not face the world. Some gardens do not ask to be seen clearly. And some evenings unfold best when nothing is required of them. Chapter 2: The Sound of Water After Sunset. The sound of water arrived after the light had nearly gone. It was not loud. It did not announce itself. It simply became noticeable, the way certain thoughts do when everything else has quieted. Somewhere in the garden, beyond the maple tree and the uneven stones, water moved. A basin, perhaps. A narrow channel. A place where water had always been allowed to continue being water. The man listened. Not actively. Not with effort. The sound reached him through the open shoji and the thin evening air, softened by distance and foliage. It was a gentle rhythm, irregular, uncounted, unconcerned with time. It reminded him of nothing specific. And yet, his shoulders lowered slightly, as if responding to a signal older than memory. He stood and stepped once more onto the veranda. Darkness had settled fully now, but the garden was not lost to it. Lantern light from neighboring houses traced faint outlines along the garden wall. The maple tree stood as a darker shape against a darker sky, its leaves barely moving. The water sound continued. Drop. Pause. Flow. Not repeating. Not resolving. The man followed the sound with his eyes until he found its source. A stone basin rested near the far edge of the garden, half hidden by moss and shadow. A bamboo spout extended above it, releasing a thin stream of water that struck the stone with a quiet, hollow note. The basin was old. Its edges were softened. Its surface bore the marks of weather, seasons, and long attention. He did not approach it. Some things were best left at a distance. The sound alone was enough. Inside the house, the air had cooled. The scent of tea had faded, replaced by the faint smell of night air and wood. The tatami held the day's warmth just long enough to be comforting. The house seemed to settle further into itself, beams and joints relaxing as the temperature shifted. The man returned inside and sat. The sound of water followed him. It occurred to him then quietly, without urgency, that this house did not belong to him. And yet, it felt as though it recognized him. Not as an owner, not as a guest, but as someone who had been here before, even if only in another form of attention. He tried, briefly, to remember the first time he had entered this house. The memory did not arrive. Instead, there was a sense of repetition without recollection. As if this moment had occurred many times, spaced across years, held together not by continuity, but by similarity. Evening. Tea. Garden. Water. Outside, the bamboo spout continued its quiet work. Inside, the man's breathing matched it without conscious effort. He noticed this and then stopped noticing. The boundary between the house and the garden softened further. The open shoji allowed air, sound, and shadow to pass freely. The house did not defend itself against the night. It accepted what arrived, filtered it gently, and let it become part of the interior. This, the man realized, was why the house felt calm. It did not resist. A lantern flickered somewhere beyond the wall. Its light shifted across the garden stones, briefly illuminating the basin before fading again. The water caught the light for an instant, then returned to darkness, unchanged. The man felt a quiet certainty settle within him. Not a decision, not a realization, a knowing without language. He was not visiting. He was returning, not to a place remembered, but to a rhythm remembered by the body. The sound of water continued. Evening deepened. The house breathed. And in the room that faced the garden, nothing more was required. Some sounds do not fill the silence. Some houses remember without holding. And some returns do not require memory to be complete. Chapter 3: The Way Shadows Move Along Tatami. The shadows began to move once the night had fully settled. They did not move quickly. They did not draw attention to themselves. They shifted gradually, almost imperceptibly, as lantern light from beyond the garden wall changed angle and strength. On the tatami, these shadows stretched, softened, and withdrew, as if practicing a quiet dance meant only for those who were not watching closely. The man sat still. His hands rested loosely on his knees. He did not follow the shadows with his eyes. He allowed them to exist. The tatami carried a faint scent of straw and thyme. Each mat was slightly different, its edges worn to varying degrees, its surface bearing the memory of pressure and release. The shadows respected these textures, settling into the grooves and seams, accentuating what was already there rather than obscuring it. Light did not dominate the room. It shared it. From the garden came the steady sound of water. Inside, the house responded with its own subtle noises, the quiet settling of wood. A barely audible creak as temperature shifted, the soft exhale of air through unseen gaps. These sounds did not interrupt one another. They layered gently, forming a quiet harmony that required no conductor. The man's breathing joined them. Without instruction, without effort, he realized that he had not thought of anything in some time. No memories had risen. No plans had formed. There was no inner commentary asking him to notice, to reflect, or to understand. The absence felt natural, like setting down something that had been carried for too long. A shadow crossed the room more distinctly than the others. It was the shape of a leaf moving outside, briefly blocking the lantern light. It appeared, stretched, and dissolved into the larger pattern without pause. The man noticed, and then did not. That, too, felt natural. The low table stood quietly at the center of the room. The teapot had cooled now. The cup remained where it had been placed. No one would move them until morning, or perhaps until later than that. Objects here were not impatient. They did not measure their worth by usefulness alone. They understood stillness as a valid state. The man understood this as well. He shifted slightly, adjusting his posture. The movement caused a faint rustle in the tatami. The shadows responded, changing shape momentarily before settling again. Everything adjusted. Nothing resisted. He became aware then of how little effort it took to remain here. No role to perform. No expectation to meet. No reason to justify his presence. The house did not ask him to be anything other than present, and even that felt optional. The shadows continued their slow movement. They traced the lines of the room, the base of the wall, the edge of the shoji, the corner where the ceiling met the beam. They revealed the structure of the house not by illumination, but by contrast. The man felt the same clarity within himself. Not by analysis, by absence. Time loosened. Minutes did not announce themselves. The evening did not progress. It simply remained. Eventually, the man leaned back slightly and allowed his weight to settle more fully into the tatami. The floor accepted him, firm but forgiving. His gaze lowered, unfocused, resting somewhere between shadow and light. The sound of water continued. The lantern light held steady. The shadows moved, and the man, no longer occupied with arriving or leaving, allowed himself to stay exactly where he was. Some evenings do not deepen. Some shadows do not hide. And some moments ask nothing more than stillness. Chapter 4. The cup left half full. The cup remained where it was. Half full. Neither abandoned nor waiting. It rested on the low table, its surface catching a faint trace of lantern light that slipped through the garden leaves and paper screens. The tea inside had cooled to a gentle warmth, not hot enough to demand attention, not cold enough to be forgotten. The man noticed it without reaching for it. In this house, things were allowed to remain unfinished. A cup did not need to be emptied to be complete. An action did not need to be concluded to have meaning. The tea had already done what it was meant to do. The man shifted slightly, folding his legs more comfortably beneath him. The movement caused a soft sound against the tatami, and the room responded in. Kind shadows adjusted, light settled, the house recalibrated itself around the change. Nothing objected. Nothing hurried him forward. He remembered, vaguely, other evenings. Not specific ones. Just the sense that evenings like this existed beyond this house, beyond this time. Moments where something was begun and then gently set aside, not because it was finished, but because it no longer needed continuation. The memory had no images. Only weight. And even that was light. The cup held the tea quietly. Steam no longer rose. Its surface reflected a dim shape of the ceiling beam above, broken slightly by the uneven glaze. The imperfection pleased the man. It reminded him that nothing here aimed for exactness. Balance came from acceptance, not symmetry. Outside, the water continued its steady rhythm. Inside, the man's attention drifted between the sound and the cup, not choosing either, allowing both to exist at the edges of awareness. This state half attention, half rest felt familiar, like a posture the mind remembered even if the body had forgotten it for a long time. He considered, briefly, finishing the tea. The thought arrived without urgency. Then passed. There was no need. The cup being half full was enough. In leaving it that way, the man felt something settle. Not satisfaction. No decision. A permission. The permission to stop in the middle. To pause without explanation. To allow the night to continue without participation. The lantern light shifted again. A breeze moved through the garden, carrying the scent of damp earth and leaves. The shoji breathed softly, and the room seemed to lean inward, holding its contents gently. The cup remained untouched. The tea cooled further. The evening deepened. The man rested his hands on his knees and closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to soften the edges of awareness. Light still reached him. Sound still reached him. But neither demanded a response. This, he realized, was the heart of the evening. Not tea, not the house, but the allowance of incompletion. Some cups are not meant to be emptied. Some pauses are not interruptions. And some evenings are whole precisely because nothing insists on being finished. Chapter 5 The Garden After Sound Fades. The garden did not become silent all at once. Sound did not disappear. It thinned, like mist lifting slowly from the ground, leaving behind a clearer sense of space. The water continued, but its rhythm softened, less distinct now. Insects quieted one by one, not in coordination, but in quiet agreement with the hour. What remained was not silence, but distance, the feeling that sound had stepped back to make room for something else. The man sat with his eyes closed. He did not strain to listen. What reached him did so without effort. The garden, now less audible, became more present. Without sound to define it, the garden shifted. It was no longer a collection of elements: stones, leaves, a basin, a tree. It became a single field of sensation, a shape felt rather than seen. The darkness outside the shoji was no longer empty. It held weight, texture, and depth. The man felt it press gently against the room. Not entering, just acknowledging. Inside, the house grew quieter. The settling of wood slowed. The air stilled. Even the shadows seemed to pause in their movement, as if listening for something that would not arrive. The lantern light remained steady. The man opened his eyes. The garden was still there, though less defined. He could no longer trace individual stones clearly. The maple tree was now a suggestion rather than a form. What remained was the sense of space extending outward, held softly by darkness. He did not need to see more. The half-full cup sat unchanged. The tea inside was now nearly the same temperature as the room. Its presence had become symbolic rather than practical, a marker of time passed without demand. The man felt grateful for it without knowing why. As the sound faded, something else emerged. A quiet awareness that did not attach itself to thought. A sense of being held by the evening rather than observing it. The man did not name this feeling. Names would have disturbed it. He became aware that his breathing had slowed further. The space between breaths lengthened. There was no sense of waiting for the next inhale. It arrived when it was ready. The body understood this rhythm better than the mind ever had. The garden, now beyond sound, extended inward. Not physically, but in attention. The boundary between inside and outside softened further, until it felt as though the room itself were an extension of the garden. Sheltered by beams and paper rather than sky. The man felt no need to distinguish between them. He remained still, not frozen, at ease. Time continued, but without markers. The night did not deepen. It widened. Some gardens speak more clearly when sound fades. Some nights are felt rather than heard. And some moments ask only that you remain. Chapter 6. When the house listens back. At some point, the man became aware that the house was listening. Not in the way people listen. Not with curiosity or expectation. It was a quieter kind of attention, steady and without judgment, like the way the ground receives footsteps without asking where they came from. The realization did not startle him. It felt natural. The house did not speak. It responded. In small adjustments, the way the air seemed to settle more closely around him. The way the room held its shape without pressing, the way sounds, when they did appear, arrived softened and brief. The man sensed that his presence had been acknowledged. Not examined, accepted. He shifted slightly, leaning his weight to one side. The floor responded with a faint sound, not a complaint, but a recognition. The house adjusted its balance around him, beams and joints distributing the change quietly, efficiently. This, too, felt like listening. The man placed his palm flat against the tatami. The surface was cool now, its earlier warmth fully released into the night. Beneath it, the structure of the house extended downward layers of wood, earth, and time. He felt grounded, not anchored, supported. The garden remained quiet beyond the shoji. The sound of water had faded almost entirely, now more memory than presence. What remained was space and the sense that the night itself had drawn closer to the house, leaning in gently. The house did not close itself off. It allowed this nearness. The man thought, briefly, of other houses. Rooms that echoed. Spaces that demanded attention or performance. He did not judge them. They simply felt far away now. This house listened without asking for an explanation. He realized that he had stopped distinguishing between his own stillness and the stillness of the room. They had aligned, not merged, but found a shared rhythm. The house did not mirror him. It accompanied him. A faint sound reached the room, perhaps a distant door closing, perhaps a footstep on another street. The house received it, filtered it, and let it pass without tension. The man followed its example. In this quiet exchange, nothing was said. Nothing needed to be. The house listened. The man remained. The night held them both. The half-full cup stood as witness to this quiet agreement. The tea no longer offered warmth, but it offered continuity, a reminder that something had been begun and allowed to rest. The man did not reach for it. He did not need to. The house continued to listen. Not for change, not for movement, simply for presence. And the man, aware of this without language, allowed himself to be fully here. Some houses do not watch. Some nights do not question. And some forms of listening ask only that you stay. Chapter 7: The moment before sleep, without sleeping. The moment before sleep did not announce itself. It arrived gradually, as dusk had earlier, without boundary or signal. The man did not feel tired in the usual sense. There was no heaviness pulling his eyelids down, no demand from the body to surrender consciousness. Instead, there was a soft loosening, a gentle unfastening of attention. His eyes were half open. The room remained visible, but not sharply. Edges softened. Light spread more evenly, no longer caught on corners or lines. The lantern glow beyond the garden wall had dimmed slightly, or perhaps his awareness of it had. It was difficult to tell. And it did not matter. The house continued to listen. The garden remained present. The night held its shape without movement. The man rested in the space between noticing and drifting. Thoughts appeared occasionally, not complete thoughts. Fragments. A sensation of arrival without memory of departure. The feeling of sitting somewhere familiar without recalling the first visit. The knowledge that something had brought him here, paired with the certainty that remembering it was unnecessary. Each fragment passed without resistance. His breathing grew so quiet that it almost disappeared. Not stopped, just uncounted. The rhythm no longer belonged to intention. It belonged to the body, and perhaps to the house as well. The half-full cup stood unchanged. The tea inside was now fully still. No warmth, no steam, yet its presence felt more important now than earlier in the evening. It marked the passage from activity to rest, from doing to being. The man did not look at it directly. He felt it. In this moment before sleep, the man sensed something shift. Not a realization, not an insight, a release. The question of why he had come here loosened its hold and slipped away, not answered, but irrelevant. The house did not require explanation. The evening did not demand narrative. The garden beyond the shoji seemed to recede slightly, not in distance, but in distinction. It was no longer separate from the room. The darkness outside and the quiet inside blended into a single field of calm. The man felt himself within it. Not centered, not dissolving, simply present. This was not sleep. Dreams had not begun. The mind had not surrendered completely. But the edges of awareness were soft enough to allow rest without absence. A pause deep enough to be healing. The house listened. The night held. The man remained in the moment before sleep, without crossing into it. And that, for now, was enough. Some moments arrive just before rest. Some questions fade without answers. And some evenings complete themselves without becoming sleep. Chapter 8. The night continues without witness. The night did not depend on the man. It continued whether he watched it or not. As his awareness softened further, the room remained exactly as it was, unchanged, unhurried, unconcerned with being observed. The lantern light beyond the garden wall dimmed a fraction more. The shadows on the tatami settled into longer shapes, then stopped shifting altogether. The house did not notice the change. It did not need to. The man's gaze lowered, not closing fully, just resting. The room drifted slightly out of focus, not because it was fading, but because attention had loosened its grip. Objects no longer stood apart from one another. The table, the cup, the floor, the walls all belonged to the same quiet field. Nothing asked to be named. Beyond the shoji, the garden remained. The stones cooled. The basin held its water. Leaves moved occasionally, not from wind, but from the subtle release of heat into the night air. These movements were small and private. They did not require acknowledgement. The garden continued without witnesses. Inside, the man's presence grew lighter. Not absent, but less defined. His breathing, now fully uncounted, blended with the stillness of the room. If someone had entered, they might have thought him asleep. But sleep had not yet claimed him. He rested in between. The half-full cup stood untouched. The tea inside reflected no light now. Its surface was dark, still, complete in its stillness. The cup did not mind being left as it was. It did not anticipate morning or regret evening. It simply remained. Time moved, but without markers. Minutes passed without being noticed. The night widened further, expanding gently beyond the limits of the house, the garden, the street beyond. Somewhere, far away, another kettle cooled. Another lantern dimmed. Another room settled into quiet. These events did not connect. And yet, they belonged to the same night. The house continued to listen. Not for the man, but to the space itself. It held its shape without effort, its beams steady, its joints relaxed. It had learned, over many nights, that presence did not always include attention. Sometimes, stillness was enough. The man's thoughts had fully loosened now. No fragments appeared. No images formed. There was only sensation, faint and even that fading. The edge between waking and sleeping softened until it no longer felt like an edge at all. The night continued. The house remained. The garden rested. And even as awareness thinned to almost nothing, the world did not pause. It did not wait. It simply went on, quietly complete without being noticed. Some nights do not need witnesses. Some moments remain even when attention fades. And some worlds continue, gently, without asking to be seen. Chapter 9 Morning Waiting Somewhere Else. Morning did not arrive. It waited. Not outside the house. Not at the edge of the garden. But somewhere distant and patient, as if aware that this night was not yet finished with itself. The darkness held steady, not deepening, not lifting, simply remaining. The man did not wake. He did not sleep fully either. His awareness rested in a shallow place, where time did not progress forward but expanded gently outward. In this space, the idea of morning existed without urgency, without promise, without insistence. It was enough to know that it would come eventually. The house held this knowledge quietly. It had experienced many nights like this, nights that did not rush toward dawn. It was understood that time could pause without stopping, that darkness could be complete without being final. Its walls did not lean toward morning. They remained where they were. Beyond the shoji, the garden remained dark. But it was no longer entirely night. A faint difference appeared in the sky, too subtle to be called light, too early to be named change. The air held a slightly different weight, a suggestion rather than a signal. The garden accepted it without response. The half-full cup stood as it had all night. The tea inside had long since settled into stillness, its surface untouched. It did not anticipate being finished. It was not expected to be warmed again. Its role in the evening was complete. The man's breathing remained slow and even. If a thought appeared, it dissolved before forming shape. There was no sense of self moving through time. There was only rest, held gently between night and morning. This state required no effort. Somewhere else, morning prepared itself. Light gathered slowly. Birds shifted on branches. Streets cooled, then began to warm again. But none of this had entered the house yet. The house was still in the night. The lanterns beyond the garden wall had dimmed further. Some had gone out entirely. Others remained faintly visible, their glow barely distinct from the surrounding darkness. Their work, too, was nearly complete. The night did not resist the coming morning. It did not hurry to meet it. It simply remained, allowing the transition to exist elsewhere, out of sight, out of reach. The man rested within this remaining. Some mornings wait. Some nights linger without apology. And some moments exist outside the line between them. Chapter 10. The first sound that does not wake him. The first sound arrived quietly. It was not meant to wake anyone. It was simply the sound of the world beginning again. Somewhere beyond the garden wall, far enough to be softened by distance and sleep, a door slid open. Wood brushed against wood. The sound was brief, almost apologetic, and then gone. The man did not stir. Inside the house, nothing changed. The room remained dim. The tatami held the night's coolness. The half-full cup stood undisturbed on the table, its contents dark and still. The house did not respond to the sound outside. It recognized it, acknowledged it, and let it pass without ripple. Another sound followed, a faint movement of leaves. Not wind. The subtle release of night air as temperature shifted. The garden adjusted itself, making room for what was coming without announcing it. The man's breathing remained slow, even, uncounted. This was not waking time. The body knew this. The house knew this. Morning had begun elsewhere, but it had not yet arrived here. Light began to change, not brighten. Thin. The darkness grew less dense, though no clear source could be identified. The paper screens absorbed this change and offered it to the room in softened form. Shadows did not disappear. They simply lost some of their weight. The man's eyes remained closed. If he dreamed, there was no narrative. Only sensation, gentle and incomplete. A sense of being held, without direction or demand. Beyond the wall, the world continued to assemble itself. Footsteps passed at a distance. A kettle somewhere else began to warm. Birds adjusted their posture, preparing for sound. None of this pressed inward. The house filtered it all. The first bird call arrived. Soft. Not yet confident. It echoed briefly and then stopped, as if unsure whether it was too early. The man did not wake. The sound rested in the room for a moment, then faded into the larger quiet. The half-full cup reflected a faint shift in light. For the first time since evening, its surface held something like color. The tea inside remained untouched, complete in its stillness. The cup did not announce this change. It accepted it. The house continued to listen. The night loosened its hold. Morning edged closer. And the man remained, not asleep, not awake, allowing the world to move first. Some sounds begin the day. Some rest remains untouched by them. And some mornings arrive without asking you to wake. Chapter 10. The first sound that does not wake him. The first sound arrived quietly. It was not meant to wake anyone. It was simply the sound of the world beginning again. Somewhere beyond the garden wall, far enough to be softened by distance and sleep, a door slid open. Wood brushed against wood. The sound was brief, almost apologetic, and then gone. The man did not stir. Inside the house, nothing changed. The room remained dim. The tatami held the night's coolness. The half-full cup stood undisturbed on the table, its contents dark and still. The house did not respond to the sound outside. It recognized it, acknowledged it, and let it pass without ripple. Another sound followed. A faint movement of leaves. Not wind. The subtle release of night air as the temperature shifted. The garden adjusted itself, making room for what was coming without announcing it. The man's breathing remained slow, even, uncounted. This was not waking time. The body knew this. The house knew this. Morning had begun elsewhere, but it had not yet arrived here. Light began to change. Not bright. Thin. The darkness grew less dense, though no clear source could be identified. The paper screens absorbed this change and offered it to the room in softened form. Shadows did not disappear. They simply lost some of their weight. The man's eyes remained closed. If he dreamed, there was no narrative. Only sensation, gentle and incomplete. A sense of being held, without direction or demand. Beyond the wall, the world continued to assemble itself. Footsteps passed at a distance. A kettle somewhere else began to warm. Birds adjusted their posture, preparing for sound. None of this pressed inward. The house filtered it all. The first bird call arrived. Soft. Not yet confident. It echoed briefly and then stopped, as if unsure whether it was too early. The man did not wake. The sound rested in the room for a moment, then faded into the larger quiet. The half-full cup reflected a faint shift in light. For the first time since evening, its surface held something like color. The tea inside remained untouched, complete in its stillness. The cup did not announce this change. It accepted it. The house continued to listen. The night loosened its hold. Morning edged closer. And the man remained, not asleep, not awake, allowing the world to move first. Some sounds begin the day. Some rest remains untouched by them. And some mornings arrive without asking you to wake. Chapter 11. Light that enters without permission. The light did not ask to enter. It did not knock. It did not wait for the room to be ready. It arrived quietly, slipping through the paper screens in thin layers, pale and tentative at first, then slowly more present. The shoji accepted it without resistance, softening its edges, breaking it into gentle shapes that settled across the tatami. The man did not move. This light was different from lantern light. It did not glow. It revealed. Not sharply. Not completely. Just enough to change the quality of the room. The tatami brightened slightly, its woven surface becoming more visible without demanding attention. The low table emerged more clearly from the shadow, its wood grain catching the new light in places where the lanterns never reached. The half-full cup was now unmistakably present. Still untouched. Still complete. The man's face remained relaxed. His breathing continued its slow, steady rhythm. If the light touched his closed eyelids, it did so gently, without insistence. This was not a signal to wake. It was an invitation to transition. And he did not accept it yet. Outside, the garden shifted again. The maple tree's outline sharpened slightly, its leaves revealing their shapes without returning fully to color. Stones emerged from darkness, still cool, still damp, holding the memory of night. The basin reflected a faint brightness. The water did not change. The house adjusted to the light the way it always did. Beams accepted it. Corners held it. Walls redistributed it evenly, ensuring that nothing was overwhelmed. The house did not celebrate morning. It accommodated it. Somewhere beyond the wall, the world had already begun. Voices moved softly. Footsteps passed. A bicycle rolled by, tires whispering against the road. These sounds remained distant, filtered, secondary. The house maintained its calm. The man stirred slightly. Not waking. Not turning. Just a subtle shift of weight, as if acknowledging that something had changed without responding to it. The room adjusted around him, shadows moving one last time before settling into their new shapes. This light carried no urgency. It did not say begin. It did not say the end. It simply existed, marking a change without demanding action. The man rested within it. The cup remained half full. The tea inside was now fully part of the morning, though it had been prepared the night before. Time had not diminished it. It had only placed it gently on the other side of the night. The light continued to enter. The house continued to listen. And the man remained still, allowing the morning to arrive fully before deciding whether to meet it. Some light enters without permission. Some mornings do not require a response. And some transitions complete themselves quietly. Chapter 12. Sitting up, slowly. The decision to sit up did not arrive as a thought. It began as a shift. A subtle change in balance. The man's weight moved forward slightly, as if the body remembered its shape before the mind did. His hands pressed gently into the tatami, feeling the cool firmness beneath his palms. He did not rush. There was no reason to. As he sat upright, the room revealed itself more fully. Light had spread evenly now, no longer tentative. The tatami glowed softly. The low table stood clearly in front of him. The cup, still half full, waited without expectation. The man did not look at it immediately. His posture settled naturally. Back straight, shoulders relaxed. He remained still for a moment, allowing the new position to become familiar. Sitting up was not a return to activity yet. It was simply another way of being present. The house adjusted around him. Outside, the garden was awake. Not busy. Awake. The maple leaves held light between them. Stones cast faint, short shadows. The basin reflected the sky, now pale and open, though the sun itself remained unseen. The sound of water had not returned. The garden remained quiet. The man inhaled deeply for the first time since the evening. The breath filled his chest, then released slowly. It carried with it the cool scent of morning and the lingering warmth of night air still held within the house. He exhaled. Nothing else followed. He reached for the cup. Not to drink. Just to touch. The ceramic was cool beneath his fingers, its surface textured and uneven. He lifted it slightly, feeling its weight, the way the remaining tea shifted inside. Then he set it back down. The cup did not need to be emptied. In sitting up, the man became aware of himself again. Not as a story, not as a role, simply as a presence within the room. The night had not left him. The morning had not claimed him. He carried both. The house continued to listen. But now, it also seemed to observe gently, as if acknowledging this small movement as part of the day's unfolding. Light continued to settle. Shadows shortened. The room remained calm. The man remained seated. Not preparing. Not planning. Just sitting, slowly, in a space that had held him through the night and was now holding him through the morning. Some movements are not beginnings. Some awakenings do not end the night. And some mornings begin by simply sitting up. Chapter 13: The tea that tastes different in the morning. The man lifted the cup again. This time, with intention. Not urgency. Just a quiet readiness. The tea inside had rested all night, cooling slowly, releasing its warmth into the room, absorbing the stillness of darkness and the first light of morning. Its surface reflected the pale brightness of the shoji, no longer dark, no longer warm. He brought the cup to his lips. The first sip was unexpected. Not unpleasant, but different. The bitterness had softened. The sharpness that came with heat had faded, replaced by a rounded, subdued flavor that lingered quietly rather than announcing itself. It tasted of time more than of leaves. The man paused. He took another sip. Slower. The tea no longer demanded attention. It invited reflection, but did not require it. Each mouthful carried the sense of having traveled through the night, unchanged in essence, altered only by passage. He found this comforting. The cup warmed slightly in his hands, not from the tea, but from his own body. The ceramic accepted this warmth without holding it tightly. It passed through, like everything else in the house. The man drank a little more, then stopped. Morning sounds filtered in more clearly now. A bird call, more confident than before. The distant roll of a vehicle. A voice, faint and indistinct. The house received these sounds and softened them, keeping the room from becoming crowded. He set the cup down gently. The tea level had lowered, but the cup was still not empty. That felt right. Finishing it would have closed something that did not need closure. The man looked toward the garden. Light had fully settled now. The maple leaves showed their color again, muted but present. The stones were clearly defined, their surfaces still damp, reflecting the sky in small, uneven patches. The basin held its water quietly. In drinking the tea, the man felt the morning arrive within him. Not fully, not decisively, but enough. The night receded slightly, not gone, but placed gently behind him, like a memory that did not demand attention. He sat with the cup resting on the table. Hands relaxed. Breathing steady. He was awake now. But he was not hurried. The house seemed to recognize this moment. Not as an ending. Not as a beginning. Just as a continuation. Some tea belongs to both night and morning. Some flavors carry time within them. And some awakenings arrive quietly, sip by sip. Chapter 14. Opening the sliding door to the garden. The sliding door opened without sound. Or perhaps it was that the sound was so familiar to the house that it disappeared into acceptance before it could be noticed. Wood moved along its track smoothly, guided by long use and careful hands. The opening widened slowly, allowing the morning air to enter fully for the first time. The man paused with the door half open. The garden breathed in response. Cool air flowed inward, carrying the scent of damp earth, leaves, and stone. It was not a sharp change. The temperature difference was slight, almost polite, as if the outside understood that it was entering a space that had been holding the night. Light followed, not rushing, not flooding, just enough to touch the edges of the room more clearly. The man stepped onto the veranda. The wooden boards were cool beneath his feet, their surface textured and familiar. He stood still for a moment, allowing the sensation to settle. The house remained behind him, open but not exposed, present without pulling him back. The garden waited. From here, the space felt different. Not observed through paper and shadow. Not framed by the room. The garden existed around him now, extending outward without a boundary. Stones lay scattered as they always had. Moss clung quietly to shaded places. The maple tree lifted its leaves toward the pale sky. Everything was awake. Nothing hurried. He took a step forward. Then another. Each movement was deliberate, not careful, but attentive. His feet found the stone path without effort, guided by memory that did not require recall. The stones were cool, their surfaces slightly uneven, grounding him in the morning. The house remained open behind him. He stopped near the basin. The bamboo spout rested above it, silent now. Water filled the stone bowl to its familiar level, reflecting the sky and the faint outline of the tree above. He leaned slightly forward, looking down, not searching for his reflection. Just acknowledging the presence of water. The morning light reached the basin fully. The surface brightened. Nothing else changed. He straightened and looked around the garden. This was not a new place. And yet, it was not the same as it had been the night before. Time had passed through it gently, leaving no trace but changing everything. The man felt this within himself as well. He turned slightly, looking back toward the house. From the garden, the room appeared darker, held within its frame of wood and paper. It looked calm, patient, unchanged by his movement. The house did not call him back. It did not push him away. It remained open. Standing between garden and house, the man felt the night finally release its hold. Not abruptly. Not completely. It settled into him as something remembered without being carried. Morning took its place quietly. Some doors open without sound. Some gardens welcome without ceremony. And some transitions are completed by simply stepping outside. Chapter 15. Standing still among morning things. The man did not move at first. He stood among the morning things, the stones, the moss, the quiet basin, as if he were another element placed gently into the garden. Nothing reacted to his presence. The leaves did not shift for him. The air did not part. The garden accepted him without adjustment. This felt right. Morning had fully arrived now. Not loudly. Not all at once. Birdsong had settled into a steady pattern, no longer tentative. Light filled the spaces between leaves, reaching the ground in soft fragments. The sky above the garden was pale and open, holding no urgency. The man stood still within it. Around him, small movements continued. A leaf loosened itself and fell without sound. A thin shadow shifted as the sun climbed imperceptibly higher. Moisture evaporated from the stone, leaving behind a cooler texture where night had lingered longest. None of these required attention. And yet, they were complete. The man's hands rested at his sides. His shoulders were loose. There was nothing he needed to decide in this moment. No direction to choose. No schedule waiting just beyond the gate. The garden offered no instruction, only space. Standing still felt like participation enough. He noticed then how different this stillness was from the stillness of night. Night stillness had been inward, enveloping, holding him from all sides. Morning stillness was open, shared, expansive. It allowed movement but did not demand it. He appreciated both. From where he stood, he could see the open sliding door behind him. The room inside was visible now, bathed in softened daylight. The low table remained where it was. The cup still sat upon it, no longer half full of meaning, simply half full. The house waited. The man felt no urgency to return inside. Nor did he feel compelled to leave the garden. This pause standing still among morning things felt like the final note of a long, quiet piece of music, allowed to fade naturally rather than being cut short. He breathed in deeply. The scent of earth and leaves filled his chest. He breathed out. The breath carried nothing away. For a moment, he wondered if this was the reason he had come here. Not the night, not the tea, but this unclaimed space between staying and going. The thought appeared gently, then dissolved. The garden did not mark time. The house did not signal a change. The world beyond the wall continued to wake, but its sounds remained distant, filtered, secondary. Here, among morning things, the man remained still. And that, once again, was enough. Some mornings are meant to be spent within. Some stillness belongs to daylight. And some departures are preceded by nothing at all. Chapter 16 The Quiet Act of Leaving. Leaving did not begin with movement. It began with recognition. The man stood in the garden a moment longer, then allowed the stillness to complete itself. There was no signal that it was time. No internal voice urging him forward. Just a gentle sense that nothing more was being asked of this moment. That was enough. He turned slowly toward the house. The open sliding door remained where it was, unchanged since he had stepped outside. The room inside looked exactly as it had before, calm, balanced, holding the night and morning together without preference. The house did not react to his return. It did not greet him. It did not prepare. He stepped back onto the veranda. The wooden boards were warmer now, having absorbed the morning light. The change was subtle, noticeable only because he had stood there earlier. He appreciated this quiet continuity. Inside, the air felt familiar. He entered the room and knelt briefly by the low table. The cup still held a small amount of tea. He considered it for a moment. Then, without ceremony, he lifted it and drank the last sip. The flavor was faint now, almost gone, and that, too, felt right. He rinsed the cup gently at the basin near the kitchen. Water moved again, briefly returning the sound that had accompanied the night. It did not linger. When he finished, the sound faded, leaving no trace behind. The cup was placed upside down to dry. Nothing else needed to be done. He stood near the entrance and slipped his feet back into his shoes. The motion was unremarkable, practiced, final without emphasis. He did not look around the room one last time. There was no need to imprint it on memory. The house did not require remembrance to remain complete. At the door, he paused. Not out of hesitation, out of respect. The pause lasted only a breath. Then he opened the door and stepped outside. The gate closed behind him with a soft sound. The house did not watch him leave. It did not stand in farewell. It simply returned to itself, holding the room, the garden, the quiet it knew so well. Inside, light continued to move across the tatami. Outside, the world continued to wake. The man walked down the stone path. His steps were unhurried, unmarked. As he passed beyond the fence, the house slipped naturally from view, becoming part of the larger landscape of ordinary things. It did not diminish. It did not linger. He did not carry the house with him. And yet, something of its rhythm remained, an unspoken allowance for pause, for incompletion, for quiet presence. He walked on. Some departures leave nothing behind. Some houses do not say goodbye. And some acts of leaving are as quiet as staying. Epilogue and evening, somewhere else. Evening arrived somewhere else. Not in the same place. Not on the same day. But with the same gentleness. In another house, built differently but holding the same patience, light began to soften. Shadows stretched along a different floor. A kettle warmed slowly, releasing a sound barely louder than breath. No one hurried. No one announced the hour. Evening simply took its place. Outside, a garden rested. It was not the same garden. The stones were arranged differently. The trees held other shapes. But the air carried the same quiet permission to pause, to remain unfinished, to let the day loosen its grip without explanation. Someone sat down. Perhaps alone. Perhaps not. A cup was set on a table. Not because it was needed, but because it belonged there. This evening did not remember the man who had walked away that morning. It did not need to. Evenings did not carry memory in that way. They carried rhythm. They repeated themselves not in detail, but in feeling. The light dimmed. Sound thinned. A moment appeared between doing and resting. It waited. Patient. Unclaimed. If you were there, you might not notice it at first. You might be thinking of something else. You might be holding the day a little too tightly. But if you paused just long enough, you would feel it. That familiar quiet. That soft invitation. Some houses are never visited again. Some gardens are left behind. But the stillness they offer is not confined to walls or paths. It travels. It waits. It appears again when evening finds you ready. The cup might be half full. Or half empty. It would not matter. The moment would be complete either way. Evening settled. Somewhere else. Perhaps closer than you think. Some stories do not end. Some evenings return in different forms. And some quiet moments are always waiting for you to arrive.